The object of this video is to organize a possible evacuation in case of an emergency. The evacuation teams of the Palacio Municipal will act accordingly to control any type of emergency that could occur. The evacuation order will be received through the loudspeakers. The access to the auditorium is done through the main hall of the building. The front doors will be open for the access and exit of all guests at the event. In case of an emergency, all the glass doors in the main hall will be opened. Likewise, all the front doors of the auditorium, on the sides of the building marked as emergency exits, the doors on the sides of the first row of seats, the marble staircase exit, the complementary areas, and the emergency exit stairs that end at the platform will also be opened. Security staff will be in the center of the auditorium and at the front of the stage guiding guests in order to organize the exit. Once the order has been given, stay calm. Follow at all times the instructions given by the emergency team staff. They will be identified by wearing a reflective vest. Do not return to gather personal objects. Walk at a fast pace without running. Do not use the elevators. After exiting the building, if you notice the absence of a companion, inform the building personnel and follow their instructions. We inform you of the existence of medical assistance at your disposal in case of it being required. Don't hesitate to contact the security staff. In case of an evacuation, go to one of the following 3 meeting points. 1. Avenida Capital de España and Via de Dublin. 2. Calle Ribera del Sena and Glorieta de Su Alteza Real Don Juan de Borbón. 3. Calle Ribera del Sena and Calle Strasburgo. Thank you very much for your attention. We kindly request that you keep your mobile phones off or muted. Welcome to our greenhouse, where the future of connectivity comes to take root, grow, and flourish. Welcome to Fyuz. Communication, innovation, networking, connectivity. Are you ready to harvest some new ideas with us? We start to grow in 3, 2, 1. Make it bloom. Welcome to Fyuz.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first panel of the day, Engaging with Multi-Vendor Supply Chain, please welcome Jefferson Wang from Accenture.
Hello, and everybody, welcome to day 2 of Fyuz. Thank you so much for joining us, and really excited to introduce our panel today. It's an incredible discussion around what does it look like in a multi-vendor ecosystem. So when we look at kind of an open and disaggregated ecosystem, and specifically when it looks at OpenLAN, a lot of the things that we find are the benefits of it. So total cost of ownership, more flexibility, ability to find opportunities around smaller vendors that can actually enter into the ecosystem. But I think there's a lot of challenges that we also want to talk about today, and we'll see that in the panel, where we'll discuss what are some of the changes in terms of the supply chain. How do we ultimately think through what are the differences in the processes that need to change? How should we be thinking about the talent and the skill sets that need to be created? And then ultimately, what are the things that we can all do so that we can accelerate this open and disaggregated network ecosystem? So with that said, I'd love to introduce our panel, and you'll start to see that everybody has a very diverse background. There's operators on the panel, there's supply chain, there is industry organizations as well. So without further ado, may we have Nastasi, and we can do a round of applause at the end, please. Elise, Emmanuel, Anita, and Sid, please. All right. So one thing that would be really great for the audience is if each of you could share your organization, a little bit about your organization and your role in that. Maybe Sid, if you don't mind kicking us off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great to be here. Good morning, everyone. Sid Chanumolu, I lead the technology and architecture group for Dish Wireless, the biggest O-RAN service provider right now. Thank you.
Anita Döhler, the CEO of the NGMN Alliance. NGMN stands for Next Generation Mobile Networks. And we focus, of course, as our name suggests, on 6G. And as we believe in the evolution of networks, we also cover how to master the route to disaggregated networks by focusing on the end-to-end operating model and green future networks, so everything around sustainability, network energy efficiency.
Great. Thank you, Nida. Emmanuel?
Emmanuel Chotard from Orange Innovation Networks, where I am SVP for Operations and Networks Economics.
Great. And Elise?
Hello everybody, Elise Rafestin. I work for Buy-in, which is the procurement joint venture of Orange and Dutch Telecom. And I'm the team head of the Radio Access Network team.
Excellent. Nastasi, please.
Thanks, Jeff, and good morning. Great to be back here at Fyuz with you all. Nastasi Karaiskos, the Managing Director for Rakuten Symphony in the UK. Rakuten Symphony is a software vendor providing OpenLAN, cloud, and automation software.
Excellent. Well, one thing we wanted to start with is just baseline everyone and just try and decide what are some of the differences we see in an open and disaggregated architecture compared to a traditional ecosystem. So maybe, Sid, what are some of the things that Dish sees as you're kind of the first out of the gates from this perspective?
Yeah, good question. So again, I was talking about it yesterday. So we were in a unique situation because of COVID, number one. But when we started the journey, just to be very clear, what happened is that we had a set of partners who were equally enthusiastic to work with us because it was a unique opportunity for them. They have not done this before. So we had a lot of people who came together to make it work, and there's a lot of cooperation. All is good. But there were some instances where one vendor is also the competitor for other. They're partner in one sense, but again, a competitor in the second part. So it came down to how we ended up managing the partnership and ensuring that everyone plays fair and protect each other's IP. That was the main challenge. Other than that, a lot of enthusiasm from the ecosystem to come together and deliver it.
Yeah, so a lot of excitement, but you had a new dynamic that no one really sees too much of, where there's co-opetition involving Dishes playing the referee.
Yeah, cooperation plus competition, co-opetition.
Yeah.
That's going on constantly.
And Anita, how about from your perspective, what's different in this disaggregated world?
Yeah. We are an operator-led organization, but with input from vendors and academia. So more than 80 companies are in NGMN, 23 operators, and of course, disaggregated networks and how to manage it also from a procurement perspective is the top priority of our members. And there will be a lot of changes, organizational, with regards to skills, processes. For instance, this is why we decided to focus on the end-to-end operating models. So the aim here is to provide blueprints to ease the decision-making for every single operator, and of course their partners on their journey, because we have operators with different sizes representing different regions, different stati when it comes to their journey to disaggregation. And it's a platform to collaborate and to develop blueprints which should save time to market and resources for everyone. Last but not least, so our board decided to issue the Cloud Native Manifesto, which we issued just recently, because it's a call for interoperability, for compatible solutions, and I think we will discuss this also later in the panel, what the big differences are here.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's where we really need the industry organizations to show that leadership, to create the blueprints, to create the platforms, to take all the lessons learned that you just mentioned so that each individual entity is not redoing it. That's fantastic. How about Emmanuel, from Orange's perspective?
So disaggregation is opening up a new possibility. It's first a technological possibility with containerization of network functions. But what we saw even before that with virtual network functions and YAS from Orange are benefits already from an economic standpoint, meaning ability to better leverage on horizontal infrastructure and therefore to do savings associated, but also, and this is very important, time to market improvement and reduction of workload for the teams, build and run together, so that nobody now, talking about the core, for the first experiences that we have, would like to go backward and to come back to a legacy model for all our colleagues who have experienced this disaggregated mode.
Yeah, so it's a lot of planning, but it's also kind of what's the retro plan B and how do you think about all those things? That's super interesting.
Exactly. And this impacts, of course, the processes. We need to have other types of controls than what we used to do in legacy model. But we do believe that this goes fully with the possibility to be secure, resilient, green, and we are also working in these directions to take the benefits from the disaggregated model versus legacy one.
Yeah, it's interesting when you kind of compare SID had a greenfield environment, and this environment can be potentially cap and starve, or how do you deal with legacy into new? So it's really interesting to hear about kind of the two different experiences. Elise, how about from your perspective from buy-in, what are the things that are different?
Actually, from a procurement perspective, we are facing with our traditional hand vendor a real locked-in situation. And the fact that ORAN is coming, we will deal with much more vendors, much more options, and we'll be able to select any player from this new ecosystem of any layer, and this will highly increase the competition that we have and flexibility. So hopefully it will help us unlock our existing vendor situation. So
that's interesting.
We're hoping about that.
Yeah, you have a very interesting point of view because the supply chain, there's a lot of changes from our current differences, but also from the processes. So it'd be interesting to hear that. Nastasi, from your perspective on Rakuten, how are you viewing these differences?
So there are many. When looking at disaggregation and the journey from a hardware-based network to softwareization, one of the challenges that often comes up is this wider ecosystem. Of course, there's a benefit bringing in multiple partners, multiple vendors across services, across installations, software, hardware companies. But who's going to manage that and mesh that all together? And that's sometimes viewed as an obstacle to overcome. But I don't see it as a challenge because we've got to look at the benefits. What are the benefits that we're going to get as we go through this journey? Being able to see the TCO from and managing the network ourselves and the insights that we're going to get are hugely, hugely beneficial. We've not had that before because we've been used to a closed or black box type service or managed service from small number of vendors, but being able to take complete ownership and see the network from end to end and manage it and manage the supply chain brings huge benefits. It's a long-term journey.
Yeah, it's interesting, like even when you decompose where you're going, the tools that are locked in, the hardware, the software that are integrated, when you break all that apart, there's new questions and, like you said, new opportunities for new vendors to come into play, but also better visibility, more control for the operator, better TCO. So that's super interesting. Let's stay with you, Nastasi, on this. So when you think about the processes that are different, what processes need to change in this environment?
Well, I think Open RAN and automation go hand in hand. Is it becoming an automated network first before introducing Open RAN, or introducing automation and then Open RAN? But of course, the processes are going to change when you've introduced it. We've typically done things in a very manual way, which has meant it's been slow. So network changes have been traditionally slow, sometimes 6 months, 12 months even to make simple changes. But introducing automation and to be able to react to network changes, to customer demands within a day, within 24 hours, within a few hours, is something we haven't really experienced at scale before. But we've got to think about the benefits that those efficiencies are going to bring, both in terms of the people, both in terms of the energy savings, and of course the commercial savings as well.
Yeah, and the energy savings is such a hot topic, right? That it's initially out of the gate, maybe it's not fully efficient, but as we optimize, then it becomes this really important benefit. So that's an interesting one. At least from your perspective, the processes that need to change, or the different processes that you see now?
Actually, operators are now having very clear business model and simple business model. And at buy-in and procurement side, we are managing very few number of vendors and a few contracts. And with this multiplicity of solutions that will come, we'll manage much more vendors, much more contract on a day-to-day basis, and our RFPs will become much more complex to handle. So, of course, with regards to that, we need to make our processes evolve to be able to handle this kind of changes.
Well, this RFP, super good point. Like how much more complex it gets. It was already a difficult, time-consuming process. Sometimes TPAs are involved, and now it's going to get more complex. So how do we plan for that? It's a really good point. Emmanuel, how about from your perspective on processes that need to change from an operator?
In fact, all processes are impacted on the network side from build to run. Obviously, on the infrastructure side, we need to learn to build and design, be it ourselves or addressing hyperscalers, looking at various possibilities. Operators have to get knowledgeable in this respect to have the horizontal background of infrastructure in this new model. And as well, we need to work on the integration and to automate the integration of network functions and to do it with CI/CD based on tooling zone, so some common tools which are also derived from the IT world. And this is something we are doing now for the core functions in our various geographies. Moving towards Open RAN, obviously we have to address new areas, to look differently at radio optimization, to look differently at if we centralize CU or even CU and DU, what it means in terms of energy savings and new possibilities also of getting data and managing the data. And in the operations themselves, so we already have a network operation center, which is centralized for the various countries. But now with this DevSecOps approach that we want to promote, and this CI/CD mode with a common pipe, we have to review the matrix of responsibilities between group enablers and what is done in the countries.
Oh, that's a great point. From a NOC perspective, there was already an evolution of NOC, right, where we moved from kind of monitoring the elements to services to number of impacts, but now you have to completely change that again in a disaggregated world, so that's super interesting. Anita, how about from your perspective, processes?
Yeah. So on the way to achieve sustainable, resilient, and reliable networks, when we move away from vertical monoliths, so we look at it in an end-to-end perspective, not only looking at Open RAN, but also the core network, of course, is disaggregated by cloud-native solutions. And this requires a change in the processes and skills of people end-to-end, so from the planning, development, deployment, maintenance of networks. And therefore, it is so important to achieve compatible solutions, to achieve also a decent level of industry certification, to enable the scale of such solutions and ultimately achieve the flexibility Nastasi mentioned at the beginning, which actually is one of the big objectives of disaggregated networks.
Good point, thank you. Sid, you're going through this live from a DISH perspective. What have you learned on this slide?
First, I think the previous points are pretty valid in terms of skill sets, NOC and everything, automation, table stakes. But one perspective probably I should offer is network planning. Traditional telcos, we have been used to have a 2-year, 3-year roadmap. Unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. The reason that we are going in a virtualized cloud-native manner, the underlying technologies are not at the same level, same velocity as the telco. They're faster, and the bad part of that is they are not going to give you a roadmap what's coming down 1 year. So by nature, internal process for network planning have to adapt. They need to be more flexible, more agile, and cannot take anything for granted that I'm going to get this, say, something in Kubernetes in 1 year from now, because it really depends on the level of contribution of open source community. So from that, we need to figure out how to pivot fast. We can't completely rely that just because we had something in our plan, it's going to happen. That's not the way anymore. In the new way, we are going to adapt to the industry, which is much larger than the telco.
Yeah. I mean, there's such a dependence on the community from that perspective. And it's really, how do you incite them and ignite them to actually participate, and then how do you actually use and take? Emmanuel, you mentioned something that is really important. There's a collision course with the network traditional engineer and IT skills with CI/CD, CT. What other skills do you see talent-wise that are necessary for this journey?
So we are working on a full set of skills, and indeed we are doing surveys internally in order to drive a strong upskilling inside the company. As well, of course, we are moving some resources with IT software background towards network, or we are also recruiting with such new profiles. And the skills we are talking about are related to cloud, to containers, techniques, but also to operating systems, languages, software programming, and also integration. So new way of doing integration, and as well security, data, AI. So this is new for network engineers, operations, which used to base more on physics and telecommunication, classical telecommunication. Of course, this remains valid, and we need to combine. This is the goal and the challenge. But this is an exciting journey, and we have also a strong commitment from all employees, engineers in the company who are quite also thrilled to use software and to see what they can do and the change, the turn, which it means in their daily practice of telecommunications.
Yeah, and there's different ways to attack that problem. You could just trying to start with the network engineer and try and teach them IT because there's more documentation. You could start with the IT person and try and teach them network, but it's interesting to hear your perspective. How about Anita, from what you see, talent-wise, upskill, what do we need to be thinking about?
Well, I can echo, of course, what Emmanuel said already, and let's face it, we have a resource skill shortage in the industry, so it is hard for many of our members to cope with the demand with regards to the new skills, and this is required in every part of the organization, so not only in procurement or supply chain, but also in the development organizations. And one topic I think we haven't tackled yet here is security. So security also is a skill which is more and more demanded, cybersecurity skills, how to apply security on the puzzle of disaggregated networks, how to achieve reliable networks and resilient networks. So, and this is also part, of course, of the work we are doing in NGMN to outline what processes are changed and what skills are needed to cover the new demand and to achieve the flexibility and sustainability we need.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Is a blueprint for even the new talent that's required, and is it something that you would create, or is it something you can find and build? So that's super interesting. Elise, how about from your perspective, what types of talent and skill sets do you see necessary for supply chain here?
It's very linked to what was already said, but at Buy-in we live with very vertical and clear lines between our domains. So the IT domain is very separated from the NT domain. And with regards to virtualization and cloudification, these lines tend to disappear. And in our teams, the buyers will need to evolve to the IT skills and to have a more horizontal approach to be able to manage an end-to-end solution and properly, and to be able to procure and to buy with an efficient way the whole chain.
Excellent.
So IT skills are needed for our buyers. Yes.
Sid, how about you? What are you building at Dish talent-wise?
I think I've said before, right? We are definitely upskilling from a telco to cloud. There is a lot more documentation and resources available, certification available, and it's easy to get a level setting stage with cloud there. So that's definitely our way to approach the problem. But just to add another dimension, telco cloud is one part. The second part is the disaggregation. So when you talk about disaggregation, first is, in the past, we used to look at it system level. But now in the disaggregation, you have to look at software solution, software components, hardware solutions, hardware components, and how they all work with each other. So it's not only purely about telco and the cloud over the top, but also how, as a system integrator, which an operator ends up becoming, how do you pull all these things together and the impact of one over another? For example, what is the impact of a NIC card to the BIOS? Simple stuff, like what happens to the Prometheus, to the underlying network function. Those things need to be considered also. So that's additional skill set people have to learn along with this.
Yeah, it's a very clear strategy that Dish is taking. That's excellent. Nastasia, how about Rakuten?
So I think in a traditional telco, the setup is quite siloed. So you'll have an array of umbrella systems across RAN, core, transmission, cloud, IT, for example, and every change that's needed, those teams aren't always necessarily talking to each other, and that's why it takes so long, and it creates a bit of frustration culturally, I think, when there is a desire to innovate and to move quickly. It just doesn't sometimes always, it's not always as easy as that. Then you're looking at the data and how that data is being ingested into those umbrella systems. The northbound and the southbound, for example. Are we really understanding and appreciating the value of the data that the operators are capturing? Because if we're thinking about how we want to increase our revenues, understanding the customer's data, where they're traveling from A to B, what they're buying, for example, really helps us to then think about how we want to sell more to them. So the cultural change moving from how we've done things traditionally has to be incentivized. We need to attract more talent into the industry. We've lost a lot of people over the last couple of years in the industry globally as well. And moving from maybe engineering type roles to software development roles, there has to be a development path as well as an attraction from younger graduates coming in. I think some of the governments around the world are doing quite a good job here. They're spending some money, which has been difficult in a post-pandemic world to find funds for critical network infrastructure. But some of the universities that I know, that they are getting funding from governments to build innovation labs, where there's like sandbox environments to come in and to really be creative and show innovation. And I think we need more of that in this industry, and we need to attract these younger generation in with these new interesting roles in software that we're creating.
Yeah, and if you kind of hear the themes of how do we attract a new set of talent, the sustainability and purpose matters a lot to the Gen Z coming into the workforce. The ability to look at software instead of just traditional network is very appealing. I mean, is this, Nastasia, in your opinion, is this a moment where we have a better chance of attracting new talent?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Using the Rakuten mobile example in Japan, what we've done is we don't have a huge team. In terms of the size of the network, over 300,000 radiating elements deployed across Japan, just under 99% coverage. That is a huge, vast network. Japan's got over 120 million people of the population. But the team that manages this network is only just a few hundred people because of the automation. And every time we're coming across new processes, Sometimes the easy thing to do is, I'll just do it myself, but then that happens again the next day and the next day. So there's an incentive there that every time we're having a manual process, we're writing new scripts through our automation studio, which is a product that we deploy and have deployed in a number of brownfield operators around the world as well. So they can go and from that journey from manual processes to slowly introducing more and more automation to the point that they are then not reliant on a vendor for every change, having to raise POs for hundreds of thousands for every simple change they want in their network. They can eventually do that themselves once they have the knowledge and experience in-house.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, and when you look at kind of talent-wise, you naturally go to capability building. And when you think about each of your respective positions in the value chain, maybe at least we can start with you. What new capabilities need to be built, or what are some capabilities you're seeing that are gaps even?
In fact, it will depend of the number of sites to be deployed. If it's a very small deployment or a pilot, maybe operators can handle themselves, but they will need to rely somehow maybe on a system integrator or on a third party to help them handling the network. On the procurement side, what we can do to ensure that is secure in the contracts that the transfer of skills will be done after a certain period of time between the system operator, the integrator, back to the operator to ensure the transfer of knowledge at a certain point of time. Yes.
It's really good. You mentioned something specifically like around system integrators. You know, Sid, as you built Dish's network, what is the viewpoint on capabilities and external parties and system integrators?
I mean, we were the master system integrators, but we did rely on a lot of our partners to do majority of our testing. So it was a distributed manner, the way we said, we trust your partners, then bring it in-house and integrate yourself to the final product. One thing I would say that is missing in the process is there is no robust mechanism to protect IPs. That's very important, because if we need to create an ecosystem where it's about cooperation and recognizing that there is competition also, there has to be a very clear mandate and a methodology that industry approves that this is how we're going to protect each other IP. Because most of the time it happens is not because of the intent, but when you say that, hey, this is my IP, I'm at a risk of losing it, giving my competition an advantage. It's a people tendency. So first, that we have to figure that one out. I don't have a good answer to that. The second is the internal processes are not able to keep up with the technology advancement. The technology is moving way too fast at every level. So again, we started as a greenfield. I can tell you that it appears that we are becoming legacy very quickly already, because it's so much happening around the world, and now everyone's talking about AI, and that's the next journey for everyone, right? But there's a lot of advancements coming, so internal process need to adjust for that too. We have to be more agile.
Yeah, the IP one is a really good point, that naturally it's very difficult to think about IP in this environment, and how do you actually protect those that are going first? Anita, how about capabilities, external parties, SIs? What's kind of the viewpoint from NGMN?
Well, I can only echo what we already discussed, and I also believe the point Sid made about the IP protection is very important. And so looking at the end-to-end operating model, and we already discussed that it demands different skills in the procurement by handling different partners, but also across the entire processes, across the entire life cycle, managing many different partners, many different puzzles, or depending on the decision an operator does, managing a system integrator. I mean, it also doesn't come for free, right? The operator still needs to know what the operator wants and what is important there. So there are many changes, and I just want to emphasize again that industry organizations like TIP and NGMN, we complement each other, we don't duplicate the work, that they are also a good platform to learn, because best practices are shared. And of course, every company will do its own upskilling program, but we can also do a lot via industry organizations like TIP and like our organization, like NGMN.
That's a good point on industry organizations working together, and it's not necessarily join one, not help the other. So thank you for sharing that. Emmanuel, how about your perspective? System integrators, capabilities.
Exactly. In fact, what matters is that for the operators like Orange, is that we remain fully responsible in the eyes of the customer. So therefore, we need to perform an integration. This is clear. The integration could be performed either by ourselves as operator, could be delegated to system integrator, could be performed by a vendor one of our vendors in a more transversal way. And all the options, we are considering, in fact, all the options. It has to be cost effective, but in the first place, to guarantee the quality in the eyes of the customer. So we are learning, starting with rather core functions. We just announced also OpenLAN trial in the field with first call in active sharing configuration in Romania. Here also, we want, of course, to look at the performance compared with the traditional solutions, but as well to learn on the processes and the way to do. So it's very exciting because it's a learning curve, and there are indeed many options. And we want to make the best choice first for resilience, security, and quality of experience of the customers, continuity also of the service. And then, obviously, it has to be, from cost perspective, fitting to be sustainable.
Mm. And Nastasi, how about your perspective?
So I think it's about having options. I mean, I like options. I think we all like options. You go into a restaurant, if there's just one choice on the menu, is that really what we want? We want to see, well, maybe I'll have the set menu today and the restaurant's choosing. Maybe another day it's an a la carte, for example. So I think from an operator's perspective, the choice of, can I act as the systems integrator and work with these vendors and bring them together? We saw the announcement yesterday, and one of the operators talking about their journey. There's other examples. For 1&1 in Germany, Rakuten are acting as the prime contractor, and we're managing all of the other sub-vendors. There's other examples where it's the systems integrator who's already embedded within the operator, has been working there for years on many different systems, platforms from IT to LAN, WAN, etc. And they have the experience of bringing together the RAN provider, the cloud provider, and all of the other parties involved to bring together a system. So I think having options is good, and I think that's where savings can be made. Speed as well, which is important. It's not just about making savings, because if we continue down the path of thinking, well, we're going to roll out, what's next, 6G, are we going to invest billions of dollars again in upgrading the networks when the consumers aren't really interested in paying so much more for this service? So we have to find a different way. We have to change, and we believe that a software-based network is the answer.
Yeah, I mean, two really good examples where Rakuten led as a system integrator in one position, and then other times have let other system integrators lead. It also is proven basically that the technology is working, right? I mean, Sid's living proof, Orange Rakuten's living proof. Anita, what op model changes, what org changes should we be thinking about if we assume the tech is working, which it is?
Organizational changes.
Organizational changes, op model changes, what should we be thinking about?
Well, organizational changes, of course, it's up for every single company to decide upon that. But again, by working together in a pre-competitive environment, companies in NGMN, for instance, can figure out what works and what doesn't work in specific situations, and this is why developing blueprints with specific decision points where every company can make its own decision is so important. So we are not going into the details of every single organization, how to change the setup. I think that's already in the competitive environment.
Yeah, and Sid, you heard Nastasi talk about traditional silos that we've all dealt with. How about from a Dish perspective, how have you thought about orgs and op models?
I think we ran more like an agile method because of the velocity at which we were going. To Anita's point, I think every organization is going to have its own design because either it was the people or the process, or the distribution, the location, and many other reasons, right? Different business groups they have. From our perspective, we still intend to continue to run in agile mode to move fast. We are still continuing to build an accelerated pace. We are not slowing down. We have a lot more additional milestones to meet and new services to offer. But one is pretty clear is that it is not going to be rigid. There is not going to be a siloed, and it's going to be more in a cooperative manner across the company, because now we have the IT, OT, engineering, technology, everyone working together to solve the same problem. Everyone is on the table. It's no longer hand me down. It's like sit in a room, figure it out together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nastasia, when you look at org changes and op models, what are you seeing? You talked about optionality being key. What do you see from optionality for org models and op changes?
I think it varies on a case by case. You know, as I said, the operators are trying to figure out what's best for them. Whether that is, you know, working with the vendors directly, or whether it's a full outsource, or a bit of both with a systems integrator involved. I think they're all good options, you know, to have. And I think, you know, that there's more and more companies coming in, and when we think about the expansion of the ecosystem to give us what we're asking for, which is, you know, a broader supply chain, faster to market, and commercial and energy efficiency savings, having these different companies and options to choose from really brings a benefit to the industry and to the smaller companies that are emerging with the latest technology.
Wonderful. Well, I hope everybody took as much away from this as I did. I really appreciate the panel sharing all this great knowledge. Please, big round of applause to the panel. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thank you.
Great job.
Now it's time to talk about integrating and deploying OpenRAN efficiently. So please welcome Stéphane Terral, Chief Analyst from Terral Research.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're ready for this panel, because we have the dream team here, and you'll see that in a moment. Let's bring the speakers. Please have a seat. So yeah, I'm saying this is a dream team because we have Abed Hassan right here from NTT Docomo, and this is, as you know, a big incumbent vendor, service provider, that pulled it off when it comes to OpenRAN. So, I mean, the first thing I want to do, by the way, is to ask each speaker to introduce themselves, so they are all part of the NTT Docomo ecosystem, and that's why, you know, I call it a dream team. But there are other features that also, you know, build up the case for the dream team. So let's start with Abed Hassan. Go ahead and introduce each of you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I had the session yesterday, so I may not introduce myself.
Yeah.
But so Docomo is that operators, and also that leading the ORX together with the partners. And I'm very happy to talk about that ORX today. Thank you.
Antonio,
Yes, good morning. Antonio Correa from Madrid. I'm responsible for Southern Europe, Caribbean, Latin America region. A very mixed region, different challenges, different customers, and happy to be here.
Femi?
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Femi Adeyemi. I represent Fujitsu. I head the wireless business for Fujitsu based out of the Texas area. We've been an integral part of the journey that Docomo has been leading for some time now. So it's good to be here.
Ari?
My name is Ari Skudar. I'm OpenRAN product development leader for VMware based in New York, but part of the BU in Palo Alto, California.
And Timo?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Timo Jokiaho. I'm a chief technologist at the Red Hat Telecom Media and Entertainment Organization covering EMEA region.
So going back to the dream team, the dream panel, so at the end, you have Ari and Timo. These are the suppliers of the virtualized platform. I said virtualized. That means when we come to CU and DU, you have to say VDU, VCU. Then that brings me to Femi and Antonio. Both are actually in the RU, VCU, VDU business, except that Mavenir is the challenger, Fujitsu is the incumbent. And it's even more important to say that Fujitsu was already a supplier of NTT Docomo since the beginning of the mobile industry. The challenge was, how do you convince an incumbent to open up your interface? That was the first step at NTT Docomo. And then eventually work with others, challengers. Already they had to do it, with their competitors in the NTT Docomo network. But then, showing that it worked, the next step was, okay, let's do Open RAN. So I'd like to ask Abed-Hassan, because this is, a successful and fantastic story. So Abed-Hassan, can you tell us what's your secret sauce to, number one, ask your existing vendors to work with each other, talk to each other, and number two, let's expand the ecosystem by bringing new suppliers at a time that you are exploring this novel architecture and moving to a virtualized RAN architecture with open interfaces. So Abed-Hassan, please.
Yeah, okay, so the first question may be how we can select the vendors, partners. And it's back to almost 3 years. And at that time, one of the challenges is how we can scale that Open RAN in the world. Because just introducing that Open RAN in Docomo, we can't scale it. So, and that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to create that ecosystem together with the partners. So, of course, that we can do involves all the vendors, but that is honestly, it's very hard to do because to discuss is 1,000 people is that we can't conclude anything. So that's actually, so we first, started that open, innovative, and global company here in, the Mavenir, Fujitsu, VMware, Red Hat, and also we have other partners. And the third discussion. Of course, that the vendors is that competitor.
Yeah.
So we can have that very high level discussion, like just a direction. That kind of discussion we can do together, but some detail it's hard to do honestly together with that. So we set some frameworks first. So each framework have each different layer. So for example, that Mavenir VMware, Intel, Dell. That is one framework. And the other one is that Fujitsu, Wind River, and NVIDIA and Intel. Intel is, the code server. And Red Hat with NEC and the Qualcomm and also the AMD. So some kind of the blueprint, the architecture we first set and starting the discussion. And some part maybe we should collaborate to speed up or to spread the OpenLAN in the world. So we started but we want to avoid the silo. We want to extend the more combination, but to support full combination from day one, it's too much complicated, and couldn't achieve that. So that is the first we start, and thanks to that partners, I think that we have the quite nice progress. And actually, yesterday I mentioned we already introduced that, so we are in commercial in NTT Docomo.
Yeah, so it was a step-by-step process and step-by-step process and gradual process of starting with one configuration, exploring, delivering, and then it works. Okay, let's explore the next configuration, because it's very interesting because we can look at every domain, whether it is RU, VCU, VDU, then the COTS servers, the virtualized platforms, the chipset. You have actually brought many players, vendors, suppliers on board, and you made it work. So, I'm like, congratulations. So now I'd like to go to Femi, because this is the incumbent supplier at NTT Docomo. So, can you share with us your willingness to be part of this fantastic journey?
Mm-hmm. For us, it's maybe about three things. First is that strategically, maybe about 10 years ago, Fujitsu made a conscious decision to become an open RAN supplier. Yeah. Open up the ecosystem so that the benefits can be realized. And the willingness was there for us to do that and to cooperate with others within the Docomo ecosystem to bring that to the environment. We're in a unique position. You mentioned about being an incumbent, but also in addition to being an incumbent, we also play in other parts of the RAN network, both on the RU side as well as on the vRAN side, and even on the controller side. And so for us, there's a lot of trust with being comfortable with our own technology, that if the interface is open, we're not exposing any IP. So there's a lot of trust, there's a lot of competition, and in addition to that competition, you also have cooperation. So it's a unique position for us, but we are very comfortable with our technology, with what we bring to the table. From an open point of view, we were able to work very well with vRAN suppliers, as well as radio suppliers, to be part of the vision that Docomo had. I think the key point is that we want to do something that is innovative. We want to do something that the industry will benefit from, because when you talk about open ecosystem, there's the total cost of ownership. There is the bringing new software, bringing others into the ecosystem. We believe in that. So it's a strategy for us, it's a trust for us, and we are very comfortable with our technology. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Femi. So then we are moving to the V platforms. Because, I mean, so actually, who was the first selected between VMware and Red Hat?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I think for us, it's really important as a platform vendor to make sure this kind of collaborations across different vendors happen. And NTT Telecom is a great example, along with a new or an alliance initiative called PlugFest that has been happening for the last 2 years.
Right. Yes.
That's a great staging environment, which is absolutely necessary for all vendors of different components of Open RAN to come together and make sure that collaborate with each other rather than really interoperate. Because interoperation is a technical term, but to me, collaboration is a spirit. And this is somehow the continuation of what we have been doing with operators in terms of proof of concepts, etc. But as we know, proof of concepts are with certain vendors, and it can cover only, to some extent, a little portion of what has to be covered in a broader term. So entering in I14Y kind of labs and certificating in vendors for their collaboration and their interoperation with each other is a key, I think, milestone that we are seeing going to happen with the help of DT and European operators. Once that's in place, I think these kind of issues that I'm just brought up, like opening up the IP, will be less of a concern, because you'll make sure that there is an agreement for collaboration, and operators address that already. The openness will be easier for the RAN vendor, and the integration will be easier for the platform vendors.
So, to some extent, you credit the PlugFest for this success. So that's how you got to know each other and learn
Absolutely.
how to work together.
Absolutely. And that's, I think, a platform where we see the value of openness truly, because we always talk about openness in terms of different third parties coming into play in order to accelerate software development cycles of legacy vendors. But in reality, I myself and many of other team members, we've witnessed truly that there are many brilliant third parties that could come into play and develop algorithms that we just bring up in a matter of couple weeks. Very advanced, very advanced algorithms that you would expect a legacy RAN vendor, which is a huge body, to test and integrate a single software feature into their entire node feature. You see that these third parties can introduce such algorithms in a matter of weeks rather than years. And this is absolute integration. The other good point is that they are truly self-sufficient. So they need minimal hand-holding or support from the platform vendors or from the operator. Most of the times we even don't know, the details of the process until the reporting is actually happening. So we are seeing the reality, as a, if you will, in the PlugFest type of activities. And once more and more vendors contribute, maybe not necessarily to the PlugFest, but enter in that kind of staging environments like labs, then it's much easier for operators to strategize the openness earlier for the many benefits that everyone knows about already.
Wow, okay, yeah, thank you, Ari, for sharing all these insights. And next is Timo, from the V platform. What is your experience?
Yeah, so we have quite a few excellent collaborative effort in the Open RAN industry. We have ORAN Alliance Plugfest, we have I14Y Lab in Berlin, we have TIP Community Lab, and then, of course, Docomo Orex exercise is one of the really key collaborative effort. Our technology is part of two different sets of components or partners in Orex, and we primarily integrate hardware accelerators from hardware accelerator companies in Orex exercise. Now, we talked about already trust, and I think trust is one of the most important or fundamentally important thing when we do collaborative effort like Orex. You know, companies need to trust each other. It always takes time to get there, but I think in Orex we are there. Companies trust each other. They share sometimes even quite sensitive information between the partners, which is essential to make things work. And for us as Red Hat, this sharing information is probably easier than anybody else because we only do open source. All of our technology is available for everybody anyways. So we can, of course we have some differentiation here and there in terms of configuration and this and that, but fundamentally our technology is out there for everybody to see and use and reuse. So it's, you know, this partnering is not an issue for us at all. We build communities anyway out there in all industry segments, and now disaggregated RAN is fantastic example where we can play in and we do play in and work with you know, probably all RAN vendors to integrate their DU and CU workload on our cloud platform, container platform.
So what, I mean, the takeaway from this is, and in fact, I don't think that comes as a surprise, it's building trust between people, partners, but these partners are vendors made of people, right? I'm saying that because when you are a large service provider like NTT Docomo, but in fact, that's the same thing all the way down to the small service providers, but it's even more complicated for a large service providers because you have built relationships with vendors for a long time, you know, since the beginning of your history, which, you know, in such a situation is 100 years, a century, and you have people working with people from the, you know, from the suppliers. So you already have established relationships. In this Open RAN journey, you are bringing new partners on board, and you need the people with the existing relationships to actually build new relationships with people, not only, you know, the new V platform, because we're in the virtualization domain, but I mean, then you have Mavenir that is just coming, you know, can we say the kid on the block, the new kid on the block, and has to basically build everything from scratch. I mean, I'm not even talking about the equipment, but I'm also talking about the relationship. So, Antonio, please share your story.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to highlight something that everybody has said here. I mean, Abeta-san mentioned vendor, and then he corrected partner. And everybody said, in Open RAN, everybody needs to be open. That's the whole purpose, bringing an ecosystem together. Sometimes we take the lead, sometimes the operator, the CTO, embrace it and actually take the lead to actually make it happen. And this is a true collaboration that everybody needs to take seriously. So we have been, from our perspective, we had expertise coming from 3G to 4G and now to 5G to actually opening architectures. That's something that we have been promoting from the very beginning, being a software-only company. We actually anticipated Open RAN. They said 5G will not be possible to deploy with a closed architecture, with few vendors. This is the only piece of the equation of the network that is not open. Let's move forward and bring software to actually make it happen. The strategy of Mavenir and some of the other vendors of the O-RAN Alliance were relying on having a larger ecosystem that was not there. I mean, we were actually relying even in Chinese vendors, Chinese radios, for example. The Chinese government promoted at least 10% of the deployments in China needs to come from innovative companies, new companies. It cannot be incumbents like Huawei or ZTE. They open actually, there are plenty radios in China that Mavenir as a strategy was planning to actually use. And we thought that the industry would be completely open, like Fujitsu. They took a brave decision to actually make it happen. But then when you go to do large deployment, especially in brownfield deployments, you don't have all the flavors. Every region, every frequency had their own challenges. So in the case of Mavenir, we actually try to fill the gaps by also promoting and developing our own radios. So we expanded our portfolio. But we are truly open, collaborating in different places. So for a greenfield, no doubt the success is there. We had examples in Japan. We had examples in the US. These very famous reference, public references, that CTOs took a very brave decision there to actually, even at the time that technology was not totally proven, was not that ready, that they said, this is the only way that I'm going to be able to compete. If I deploy with traditional vendors, I will end up with a traditional network, I will not be able to compete. So these need to compete AT&T, Verizon. If they hadn't taken the same approach, they would not be as happy as they are today. So in that example, they deployed, and this is public information, more than 17,000 cell sites in 1 year. So that's an example of greenfield deployment. Japan has also a reference with Rakuten. But it's even harder discussion with a CTO that take a decision for a brownfield deployment like Docom, like Airtel India, like Telefonica in Europe. Those, or Vodafone, we heard yesterday. I mean, this is CTO that actually is pushing the industry to make it happen. They know this is the only way to proceed, and I'm very happy seeing, particularly with the conference yesterday, proving that we are right. I mean, even having the incumbent, the traditional vendor saying, the future is open, we are going to be Open RAN too, is good news, especially knowing there a year ago, 2 years ago, saying that Open is not ready, Open is not secure, Open is has energy efficiency, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there were a lot of things that now they change their mind and say, no, now future is open. I like that.
So. Yeah, and so yeah, this is a very important point. You have to, it starts with the top. The top has to be fully committed. Okay, but what happened when, down there, you have people who, refuse to collaborate? I'm saying that because, I have lots of relationships with the service providers in the world. So yeah, I talk to the top, but also I visit small groups in different locations, and they tell me, I mean, you know what? Forget about it. I'm not going to work with new folks. I'm used, and particularly, in terms of Huawei and ZTE replacement. Look, I've been working with Huawei for the past 10 years. Do you think I'm going to cut that relationship? Well, if the boss tells you to do so, what are you going to say? Right? So this is it's all about people, after all, right? So then, when you look at this successful story, there is one question from the agenda, which is beyond standard interoperability testing, can a more enhanced system certification for Open RAN reduce cost and time to market? So, do you feel like there is a need for improvement there, Abeta-san?
Okay, so as we talked yesterday, there are multiple processes for the test. First, we do that, the vendor development doing the unit test, and do that, so some of the integration test, and do that, so interoperability test. There are the multiple steps actually, and so if that one company or one organization do everything, and that's very hard to do, but actually the vendor do that unit test by themselves, or some organization like OTIC do that interoperability test. Of course, that kind of the interoperability test is very hard to do everything considering the different traffic or different environment. So, but the OT can do that, so interoperability based on the specification like M-plane, the C-plane, that can be completed, I guess. And the tip, I think they're more focusing the certification. And but after the deployed in commercial, we need to do that regression test, considering that the legacy terminal, legacy system, and when we update the software upgrade, then it's hard to do that software upgrade in a second. That means that we need to maintain 2 or 3 version, and also different terminal, as I mentioned. So there are the different steps, and the final part, especially the terminal part, is that they're very depend on the operators. So how we can share the test and how we can reduce that cost. So step by step, if we can share the result or we can collaborate, I think that we can significantly reduce the cost and also save the time, because each step we can focus on that test. So Docomo's case, especially the OREC case, we are more focused on the commercial product and maintain that commercial services. So we do that end-to-end test. Of course, we do that interoperability test because that frequency band is different from a country, and also the terminal, unfortunately, not same. And supporting frequency band, that means that the carrier aggregation combination is honestly different. So we need to support that one. So we do that test step by step and sharing the result. Then we can share the
well, thank you very much indeed, because I mean this is something I'm working on, because yesterday I presented the state of the Open RAN market, and basically there is a huge proliferation of labs all over the world, and this is no good, because who is benefiting? And go back to my presentation, and you'll see that actually no one is benefiting from that. And we want to go, we want to accelerate the adoption. So thank you, Abed-Hassan, for saying sharing. Now, how? I mean, are you guys ready to share everything, put everything on the table so that we can move the needle?
I would like to compliment Abed-Hassan to what he said, because interoperability and lab testing, and I think it's I would say from 2 different flavors. Okay, so of course in Open RAN, all the vendors, we are participating together. We are making a huge investment to demonstrate and to show that we are not only following the standards, but we are responsible for the quality that we need to deliver to the end customer. And let's say that's a no-brainer, okay? And the investment that we had combined, put together, is much, much higher than traditional incumbent vendors. The second flavor is for brownfield operators. It's interoperability, not only that we talk each other, but we talk to the legacy network. And that's where we start getting challenges 2-3 years ago, when we got RFPs and we got more than 1,000 features that we need to comply. Features that, when we ask the operator, they don't even use, but they hadn't been fed by the incumbents trying to sell, and they are positioned there. And they influence the RFP to Open RAN, and we had to comply. If you don't have feature parity, you are not there. So that's a lot of investment that we had to make it to demonstrate we have feature parity. So we need to interpret with the legacy networks. It's a challenge, different. I have received RFP with 10, 15, 20 different configurations, including 2G, 3G, because Japan went from 4G to 5G, Dish went from 5G to 4G. I mean, they don't need to deploy legacy 2G, 3G. But in the brownfield, you actually, and you see the news, like Deutsche Telekom, for example, or Vodafone, we need 2G at least to interoperate. In Latin America, maybe it's 3G instead of 2G. So to fill the gap, we had to work together in actually with the operator, with the CTOs, to establish what do they really need. The way that we deploy an architecture of Open RAN is different to legacy. So sometimes we've been forced to, I want you to deploy a baseband, CUDU, same site. I mean, they don't take the advantage of Open RAN, of centralizing, of even if the customer has fiber layout of the country, they still try to mimic or to mirror exactly what they have today. So again, I think that we had to embrace the new technology together with the CTO, with the operators, to make it happen, to take the benefit that Open RAN brings, and particularly talking about functionalities. For example, Open RAN brings today benefits that traditional RAN cannot, like artificial intelligence. So all those benefits that improve customer experience, but also they will have big discussions just about, for example, energy savings. I don't want to oversell. I don't want to. I like to face reality. Reality is that radio consumes perhaps 90% of the equation in power. Baseband, if you fully utilize the DU, it's actually more energy efficient than the traditional baseband. So there are other things that if you deploy Open RAN in a proper way, then you benefit, and the operator benefits, and that's how we need to work together. In that operator, it's people.
And from the V platforms, I mean, Ari, what's your thought? I mean, what are you seeing? Because in fact, you have nothing to do with the legacy. You are very brand new. I mean, this is the NFV world that started in 2012, coming from, I mean, specified by Etsy, and you literally, you know, are moving functions, whatever functions, I mean, they give you, to virtual machines. So, I mean, what can you share about, you know, these standards? I mean, and, you know, interoperability test and so on.
Yeah, I think it's all about priorities. To me, it's very straightforward. Every operator should have a list with rankings for their costs and innovation cycle. And once they compare these two, they might see the alternatives more obviously, right?
Oh,
I have a rank the highest cost and the highest development cycle. Should I do something for this? Yes. Who are my alternatives? X, Y, Z. Shall I start an evaluation among these 3, 4, whoever? It's very straightforward, and I think the strategy and push needs to come from the operator. We need the support from the operator. We have already proven multiple functionalities that are required by operator. We have converted those into functions, NFVs, etc. We've hosted them, we have proven them. It's just a matter of, I would say, preparing a commercial strategy and putting in that list as many features as possible in order to have a fair share between legacy RAN and Open RAN.
Okay.
So I want to make an interesting but important point. As you can see from what we've been discussing from yesterday up to this time, Open RAN systems that have been deployed in brownfield, in case of Docomo, greenfield, in other places like Dish. I think the concept of testing and testing to death until we'll achieve parity doesn't make any sense.
And I agree with that.
It does not make any sense. Earlier I said, from a strategy point of view, Fujitsu as an organization, we're building Open RAN-based systems. Can I let you know, we are not developing separate radios for
No, exactly.
For Open RAN and then separate radios for closed RAN. It's the same.
Yep.
So in terms of parity, in terms of performance, in terms of power consumption, it's the same radio systems. So we think that the idea that we test here, we test there, we test over here, we test until we achieve parity, it does not make any sense. RAN is RAN. We're building to quality. We're building to standard. We're building to open interface. We embrace competition. We embrace partnership. And what Docomo has achieved, what Dish has achieved, is open to other operators globally to be able to achieve that as well. And get the benefit of the open ecosystem and innovation that we've been talking about.
And Timo, the last word, because we are approaching the end of the session.
Yeah, so I want to come back to Orex just one more time. So ideally, where industry wants to find itself in RAN space is that you take a component, you throw it in, and it works. So we are not there yet. We are not there yet. But what Docomo has decided to do in Orex is that there are 4 different combinations of partners, and we make sure in this exercise that this combination works, and this and this. And then maybe at some point of time when things are mature enough, maybe Docomo decides to shuffle these components and make yet another set of fully functional components. And eventually we start approaching the end state, hopefully.
Yeah, but you know, that raises the question of how many combinations can you afford? You know, I would put it that way. You know, how long? I mean, how far can you go? You know, yes.
I think at the end of the day, what really matters is that if you have a mechanism like RAN intelligence controller that can measure and ensure closed-loop user experience, operators shouldn't worry much because they can always have visibility over what's happening in the network, and they can introduce mechanisms to take action once those customer experience criteria are in danger, if you will, and they can introduce the tolerance level for a degradation of certain KPIs. So these are all control mechanisms that are available today. So we're not jumping into an ocean without the certain mechanism.
Well, thank you very much for the reminder, because you know this is a nice finish for this session.
One final comment.
I mean, time's up. So I would like to, big round of applause for the dream team, OpenRAN.
For the next panel, Accelerating Commercial Adoption, OpenLAN, OOPT, and FiBr, please welcome Ike Elliott, President and CEO at Kyrio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this great panel we're going to have here. I'd like to introduce our panel. They all have hands-on experience in deploying open Wi-Fi and open optical packet transport products in real life and putting them in real networks. So first, I'd like to introduce Kelly LeBlanc, who is Chief Marketing Officer and Chief Product Officer at IP Infusion. Lloyd Mfalele, who is General Manager at MTN. Andy Davidson, who is CTO at Ask4 Group. And Teng Tai, or TT Su, who is VP of Engineering at EdgeCore Networks. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we'll explore the progress that's being made with OpenLAN and Open Wi-Fi and Open Optical Packet Transport and in the ecosystem. And unlike OpenRAN, it's not as complex, and therefore the testing and integration and deployment is something that is happening in real life right now. So it's already in production networks in big ways. So the first question is for Lloyd. What is your use of open optical packet transport products today and planned for the future?
Yeah, Thanks, Ike, and good morning to you and the panel. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege, to be back here on stage again today. Yeah, look, I mean, from an MTN perspective, we are extremely passionate, about the open and disaggregated transport networks because we see that as the future. And this comes through in our participation in OOPT, as you mentioned it. And I'm proud to say we're almost everywhere. So we participate in the IP space, most notably, the DCSG, which I spoke about yesterday when I had the opportunity and privilege. And we're also very much active in the disaggregated optical systems. So, yesterday when I was giving, the keynote here, I wanted to have more time, to speak about the optical part because it's quite, phenomenal what has been achieved first in Africa. The test that we did under what is called the Phoenix, program, where we ran an optical transponder, an open optical transponder, over our existing network, which is a different product to test this capabilities. And for our efforts, we managed to get the silver badge, which then says we are ready for deployment, and now we are in the journey to a gold badge, which then, gives us now the latitude to go commercial. So that is the IP, and, that is, the optical part that we're participating in. And although it has slowed down a bit, we also were there initially in the open backhaul. This is, the microwave network where we contributed immensely, in terms of technical requirement specifications, as well as contributing to, some of the RFIs that were done with some of, the vendors, in the space. And also on the open, network management systems and, so forth. So mainly under what is called the subgroup under OOPT, called MUST, which is mandatory use cases for SDN transport. So very, very proud and excited about, the opportunities ahead. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Kelly, where do you see these open and disaggregated solutions penetrating the market?
Yes, it's a great question, Ike. And in fact, it's our pleasure to be here back at Fyuz this year because from IP Infusion's perspective, we see the penetration not only over the world, but all over the use cases. So if we look even back at last year, we were talking about the open optical packet transport and our achievements in this group, presenting our gold badge status for our DCSG and how that's enabling us to get into certain regions and then expanding all through the world. And then this year, we're talking about expanded use cases with also fixed broadband. So we're also able to light up entire communities on new use cases, for example, with aggregation routing, where we've been really able to convert customers on legacy equipment into an open networking transition and making it a really smooth transition working with the entire team here. So,
fantastic. Andy, from your perspective, and you're more on the open Wi-Fi stuff, so how are you using these disaggregated technologies?
Sure, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Good morning, everybody. In order to answer that question, I probably need to set the scene and explain why we exist as a business. We're an operator, like many others in the room, but we concentrate entirely on shared residences, places where lots of people live at one address. Student housing is a big area where we do a lot of our work. And as a 23-year-old business, when we started, we put an Ethernet port in every room, and that's how people connected to us. Now, we have an Ethernet port in the room, and almost nobody uses it to connect to our network and consume the service we provide. The vast, vast, vast majority of our customers, of our end users, connect to our service over the managed radio environment that we run and deploy within the buildings where they live. And therefore, we are a large consumer of access points. And we found Open Wi-Fi as a result of the difficulty in buying the access points that we needed in order to grow our business following 2020. It was a difficult time for our usual set of suppliers to manufacture and distribute the equipment that we needed in order to fulfill our contractual obligations with our customers to deploy in their new buildings. And we started looking around, and the appeal of Open Wi-Fi, on the appeal of disaggregated solutions, is that we can integrate a single piece of software into our back-end systems for orchestration, configuration management, assurance, service assurance. We can maintain one set of code, talking to one piece of software, across a wide, diverse set of hardware vendors who can run that software, the Open Wi-Fi software. And that's a huge advantage to an organization like ours who rely on this particular kind of device and being able to buy it with as little friction as possible. So that's how we found Open Wi-Fi. It's live in one of our sites that we serve, a real live revenue generating site. We ran the trial at the beginning of this year. There's a presentation we did yesterday in the Open Wi-Fi breakout, which you may be able to look at if you're interested, explaining what we observed. But a key takeaway that we observed is that it works. And we're busy integrating the Net Experience controller, an Open Wi-Fi compatible controller, to our orchestration and service assurance platform, so that we can do a large deployment next year as part of our installation season.
Excellent. So you're seeing some real supply chain benefits to the technology.
Huge, absolutely.
Yes. TT, where is EdgeCore seeing market penetration in these disaggregated technologies?
Oh, thank you. EdgeCore has been active provide solution in open networking. About 3 years, we are glad that about 3 years ago, TIP started the Open Wi-Fi project group. Then we joined as the initial partner. So from that, we work with TIP and to provide our hardware and also our services to the community partners. We have seen gradually adoption of the commercial deployment from our partner, not just like a new customer like S4. We also have seen our existing customer transferring their existing solution into Open Wi-Fi solution. Then with Open Wi-Fi, because there are flexibility in terms of vendor selection, including hardware and cloud controller. Also because of the Open Wi-Fi stack, basically running on different hardware, customer can get the same set of the feature set and the quality. So we have seen like the initial deployment started with the hospitality and like a school dormitory, like a X4 and gradually move into like a public Wi-Fi. And recently we have a customer in United States. They are deploying Open Wi-Fi in like a national park in US, focused on outdoor. I think this is very encouraging to us, like because before that we have seen most of the deployments in the indoor environment. Now we also see the Open Wi-Fi move into the outdoor. As recently, Open Wi-Fi also adopted the switch into the management. We can see it will become like a more popular adopted in the customer space. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to switch gears and start talking about the testing program and the badging program that TIP has set up. I'd like to kind of quiz the operators on this in the group. So starting with you, Lloyd, does the TIP testing program for open optical packet transport have any value for you?
Yes, and thanks for the question, Ike. You know, because this open and disaggregated, transport is somewhat, a concept that most, are wary of in terms of whether or not, these products are carrier grade and so forth. I think, you know, through our interactions in OOPT, you know, we came up with the idea that, you know, there need to be a level of test and validation that will provide confidence to, you know, to the to the operators to adopt, you know, the technology to be more carrier grade. So as part of that, you know, there's a couple of, you know, ribbons and badges for different stages of test and validation to really, you know, put these technologies against what, you know, is tried and tested. So yes, it is of, you know, extreme value, and it also supports, you know, the adoption, you know, take up. So, and I mean, you know, in the last, you know, a few years or so, we've seen, you know, the benefit of that, as you've seen with what was presented in the opening by Christian, that, you know, in the DCSG, you know, domain, you know, for example, we've got over 27,000 of those nodes, you know, deployed in networks, and they're keeping up, you know, with the network, you know, KPIs, you know, that are there. So I think it is of, you know, great value, you know, the test and validation and some of, you know, this badging, and we've had a number of, you know, vendors participate in that, some of which are, you know, in the integrated, you know, space, you know, like the likes of NEC that we spoke about. So yeah, you know, big value, great value. Thank you so much.
You're a fan.
Yeah.
Andy, over to you. You know, the TIP testing program as it applies to open Wi-Fi, how is that creating value for you?
So the formal certification for hardware and design solutions in open Wi-Fi is just coming in. We've been semi-fortunate, I guess, that the vendors that we've worked with, EdgeCore, have been our partner for the deployments to date, have maintained compliance against the open Wi-Fi standard and the TIP standards without the certification. But I think that certification is important as the ecosystem matures for two key reasons. One is, whilst there's a relatively limited number of devices that are targeted for support, it's possibly easy to maintain a high degree of compliance as vendors introduce more and more product lines which are targeting open Wi-Fi support. It will become more difficult to maintain compliance without a formal testing program. So as vendors add Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7 and beyond, the number of lines that need to work will grow, and with that complexity, or with that flexibility, comes complexity, and with that complexity, without a formal testing program, it will be difficult to maintain such a high degree of compliance. The other area where I think it will benefit as the ecosystem matures is it will give other people the confidence that they can deploy open Wi-Fi solutions without having to do their own from zero testing. We had to test from zero because we couldn't point at a certification to date that gave us a degree of confidence already. That was fine for us, but it isn't going to be fine for everybody deploying wireless solutions, certainly not for people who are not deploying wireless solutions at scale. So in order for the ecosystem to be sustainable, we need more people to use the equipment. For more people to use the equipment, I think we need the certification standards. So I'm positive about the formal certification. There's another quick area I'd like to talk about with testing, and that's in software testing. A great benefit and a great difference between the open Wi-Fi system and a traditional legacy vendors system is when we found flaws or when we placed feature requests, we could actually inspect the code, inspect the Jira tickets, meet the developers, and inspect the tests that they were writing to make sure that when the feature was being developed or when the bug was being fixed, the software tests that were written actually did meet the use case that we were trying to describe when we were reporting the issues. So simply by being an open and a participatory development regime, we get a testing benefit from that, which I think is as valuable as the formal certification for hardware and design standards.
Similar to a lot of open source benefits. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm going to also invite the suppliers on the panel here around, if you have, in terms of the value you see around the testing program as well. I mean, starting with you, Kelly.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to give the software vendor perspective because, you know, getting the gold badge certification was really a tremendous feat for us because of the interoperability testing that had to be completed. So not only testing for all of the features, but interoperability with all of the different vendors in the network, because the whole premise, the whole advantage of open networking and network disaggregation is to be able to work with an entire community. And completing that test and showing the world that it works, I mean, this certification is invaluable. It helps us to get into new accounts all over the world by showing that we have completed this rigorous testing.
Creates a bigger market?
Yes.
TT, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, because the solution, like Open Wi-Fi, come with the different vendor, hardware vendor, even run on the same source state. Still, the components testing provided by TIP is important to at least provide our customers seeing how to select the product. Because traditionally this will be provided by a single vendor, hardware plus software plus cloud control. Right now, it's separate into like a TIP and the hardware vendor and the cloud vendor. Then this needs to have a way to test not just the feature compatibility, also the performance and the quality. Then we are fully supporting TIP to build this kind of testing. As a result, we participate in a trial testing in Taiwan with the E3 to test the interoperability between different cloud controller and the different AP vendor. Then we are glad to see they will now become more formalized into the TIP process. Thank you.
Would you like to add something to that, Lloyd, or?
Yeah, I mean, this interoperability, testing is really, really important for us as operators. I think it's one key part that I also mentioned in my presentation, yesterday, because of the multi-vendor environment that already exists, because, it doesn't make any practical sense to forklift, what's already invested, to bring in, the white boxes, although they show a lot of value going forward. So I think, what we are driving, from inside of TIP is to ensure that, there's standardization of, these interfaces to make sure that it complements what already exists. This means, applying pressure when necessary to the incumbent vendors to align. So we facilitate, that discussion, that conversation between, the open vendors and, our existing, vendors today. Not always an easy discussion, but I think, it becomes a function of that consensus that comes out of there that, finally gives us, what we're looking for as operators. So I just thought perhaps, I can just add to that conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Kelly, what areas still need to be developed in open optical packet transport?
Yes. Well, first of all, I will start on the positive, and I did want to expand a little bit on what Andy said about supply chain. So we were given an opportunity through Supply Chain Challenge to really have our seat at the stage. So working with the community, we were able to overcome challenges, for example, giving customers equipment in 2 to 3 weeks versus 1 to 2 years. So once we had that entry, and once we were able to be proven in the cases, showing interoperability and seeing that this is actually something the customers can use, we have to reduce the barrier of entry. And so all of the necessary pieces, support, documentation, testing, all of these areas need to be just locked tight, because once you reduce the barrier of entry, the next is to eliminate it so that you give the customers the confidence to go with this new way, this new business model. And I think we all need to focus on reducing and eliminating the barrier of entry.
Yeah. TT, anything you'd like to add in terms of what else needs to be developed?
Yes, with the newly added like a switch under measure on open Wi-Fi, we think there's a new area need to be developed, like how to like automate between like a switch and the AP, because those two are deployed on the edge. And usually Wi-Fi AP will go through the PoE switch, go to the network. And those two, in terms of larger network deployment, there are some setting and the feature have some correspondence between. And those parts we think can be also automated in the cloud control. That's the one area we are working closely with the TIP.
Excellent. So this is a question I'd like all of you to think about, and I'll call on you one-on-one to do it. But what can be done to accelerate adoption of disaggregated networking technologies such as open optical packet transport or open Wi-Fi? Who would like to take it first?
I'll start.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelly.
Education. Education, that is what we must educate the community. You know, from my perspective as someone who takes care of marketing and product, I'd like to see vendors and customers announcing every week that they have chosen open networking and network disaggregation and why. You know, that we should be flooding the press with stories on why it's been successful, not only from a supply chain advantage, an economic advantage, a technology advantage, all of these things. I think we can do a better job in getting this into the press and into the news as much as possible so everyone can learn and ride the wave.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. TT.
I want to add a case point, like from like open Wi-Fi side. Traditionally, this will come with the same vendor, cloud and AP and the software. Now it actually comes from three parties, even it's integrated, from TIP with AP software, from controller vendor with cloud, and from AP hardware vendor. Then we need to have a way to present this into our end customer. This is like a complete set of product with more like a flexibility in terms of choosing solution. But without that, I think with communication with our partners, sometimes they have a hard time to choose a solution. For example, they will ask us, which cloud controller vendor should we choose, or something like that. But to us, they are the same. Maybe the cloud controller have different feature set, but the basic way they all support open Wi-Fi. So I think education and training is the key to promote the solution. Thank you.
Education and training again. Yeah. Lloyd, how about you? How do we accelerate this market adoption?
Yeah, no, thank you, for that question. I mean, yesterday I had a sort of like a brief stint with Kelly, and we discussed some of these things, in passing. That very interesting that we talk new things, where we wanna go, but we use old thinking, to try and do it, and we wonder why, things are not working. And it even makes those that have taken the step really to advance the change start to doubt if what they're doing, is right. So for me, I think we spoke about, procurement, sourcing. So it's more around, the policy, the rule changes there to accommodate unfamiliar, entities that perhaps work on, different rules, different principles. Because if you apply the existing rule book on those, they fail almost always. But then it defeats the purpose because that's the only vessel that's carrying you across. So I just think, they rethink around how we do things from that perspective. And I mean, I'm proud to say that, from an MTN perspective, I mean, we've done a great deal, to advance that. We're not there yet, but I mean, we've made huge, strides. So that's, the one part. And then, the second part is, of course, around how we, do this legal contract. I mean, yesterday we had just one integrated vendor, no mess, no frills, get the contract done, you know, they take care of all the responsibilities, one neck to choke, right? Not my original term. So today with disaggregation, then you have a spread between software, hardware, and SI, then it looks a bit complicated and messy. But then, you know, just working around how those contracts, you know, are done and so forth to sort of like advance, you know, the acceleration and, you know, the adoption. And I think one other thing is just around, you know, the commercial models, how we do things, you know, today versus how we need to do things, you know, tomorrow. So, I mean, just to give an example, today on the software side, we'll have a unit cost multiplied by a number of network elements, you know, that are out there, which doesn't always, you know, scale. Works well when there's a lot of money trickling in, but considering, you know, the current, you know, macro headwinds, it does not work. You know, combine that with, you know, consumer demands and, you know, value that, you know, they are expecting. So, you know, having that, you know, discussion with Kelly and her colleagues, you know, there are those new models, all you can eat, you know, type that, I mean, we really look forward to, you know, exploring. So I think those are, you know, the key points that I believe can really help accelerate, you know, the adoption. Thanks, Ike.
For the disaggregated solution on the systems integration, do you do that yourselves at MTN, or do you outsource that, or?
Yeah, far from it. So with the trials that you know, we have done, you know, so far, what we had was the SI consolidating the entire, you know, solution, and then we have them as the contact, you know, to the company from a contractual basis. But because we are advanced into, you know, the commercial negotiation with some of the vendors that we've selected for this open and disaggregated category, you know, we tried with the idea of, you know, the SI putting together the solution, but us as, you know, the operators having, you know, that opportunity to source, you know, ourselves, because we've got a far wider, you know, economies of scale beyond what, you know, the SI can do, and we think we can leverage that to even get favorable commercials out of the deal. Yeah. Yeah,
that's important. I mean, if you, as an operator, you want to be able to source from anybody, so that's part of what disaggregating is supposed to give you, is
exactly
credibility to mix and match. Yeah. Over to you, Andy, in terms of accelerating the adoption in this community. How do you think that's going, and what more can we do?
So from the open Wi-Fi point of view, the solution is designed, or the scenarios that are best suited to open Wi-Fi right now are the kind of campus deployments that we do, with the controller-based large deployments of low-cost radios. That are somewhat generic and have a standard feature set. It kind of fits our use case really, really well. And if we want for the open Wi-Fi project to continue to grow, it's really important that we target other deployment scenarios, other use cases for the technologies. For example, the residential use case, which is fundamentally very different to a single organization running standardized configuration across a whole campus. In the home, it's maybe one or two access points that are run by the family that live in that individual dwelling. And to be able to have the open Wi-Fi platform work in that scenario will probably involve a little bit of understanding about that use case. What's different? What can we use? What new features do we need to introduce for that scenario? But I think that will happen over time as the size of the ecosystem grows. The commercial actors in the ecosystem will look to naturally grow the opportunities that can be exploited by chasing other scenarios. So I think that will happen, but I think it's the next part of the evolution in open Wi-Fi to accelerate adoption.
Fantastic. Another question for everybody on the panel, which is how are each of you addressing your upskilling needs for training on these new technologies? These are not necessarily similar to what they've been working with before. So for your teams, how are you getting them up to speed on these new disaggregated technologies? Lloyd, you want to go?
It looks like I have to start on this one. Yeah, look, I think, the first thing is to convince, the people that the path or the road that you're taking, it is the correct one, right? So that sort of like involved, in our case, bringing some of the open and disaggregated partners in what we term the master classes, and get, most of our markets in the space to be part of those classes, give them ample opportunity to ask questions, have a number of engagements, to get them to a comfort level that, this is an alternative, solution for, for what we do. I think, that is, the first step. And where we are now, with the journey that we've taken so far, with the teams, is that I think we have consensus. We are in agreement that, this is, the right thing to do. And then we can consider, formal training now that these network elements will be in their care, and they will have to, be integrated into, the operation, today. So I think because we are, in the early stages, very, very important, to convince and then get them to have, the feel of what, this open and disaggregation is all about, and then looking into the future, have more formal, training, leveraging, of course, the partners in this space. Yeah.
Are you leveraging any of the TIP Academy offerings on this?
Oh yeah, I'm glad actually you mentioned that, because that's a topic that is in discussion right now, where we're contributing towards the curriculum in OOPT. I think on the OpenRAN side is quite advanced. So yeah, that's also another avenue to consider. Thanks for reminding me.
Kelly, how about you in terms of upskilling the team and training needs of the team at IP Infusion?
Yes, so we believe in training by use case. And one of the things that we're very excited to bring back into TIP is our success in particular use cases to provide training to the community on how they can leverage these designs. So as I had talked about at the beginning of this panel, we started out a couple of years ago on the OOPT. And then yesterday, we got to talk in the Fixed Broadband Summit, and in particular, because we've been having a lot of success in our aggregation router. And so for the disaggregated aggregation router subgroup that will be coming out, we're looking forward to sharing with the community what we've learned through this use case that's now spread globally for us. So we believe we can bring these lessons and these trainings into the community with this particular use case.
Fantastic. TT?
Yes, from our side, we continue to build a training material, what we learn from our engineering side with our customer and share with the community. So we regularly publish those things in our website, and also we also in our website we also share what our customer allows us to share the deploying case and what we learn from there. So we are hoping this can let more customer agree on Open Wi-Fi is already a ready solution, not just a tip project. And they actually already been deployed commercially in many service provider side, and we are seeing it growing. Thank you.
How about you, Andy?
Sure. For us, the upskilling and training is something that we've done in conjunction with the proof of concept and the initial deployments that we did. It's because we run the service end-to-end, designing the radio environments, then our team will go and install them in the building. We maintain responsibility for the working service throughout the lifetime of the deployment, provide tech support to the end customers and the clients who operate the buildings that we serve. Because we run that end-to-end, that's That's quite a lot of training and upskilling that's needed before we even think about the engineering work that we do to maintain and assure the service that's built. And the best way that we've found for that is to deploy the proof of concept build that we did optimistically with the team, make sure that we're messaging widely within the business about what we're doing, why, and how it works, so that the installation teams, technical support teams, engineering teams are able to learn the new technology at a manageable pace. We're confident that that's going well, and hence why we're confident that we can do a much larger deployment next year.
Fantastic. Okay, lightning round. Very quickly, if you have nothing to say, don't say it, but quick question for you. If there's one thing you don't have yet that you want, now's your chance to tell the community what it is in terms of what you want that's still coming, that you really need in your operation or in your development of these products.
Yeah, look, I think, it will be really great, to get to a point where we have unified network management, system, because really, the complexity of the multi-vendor, environment is really, painful. So for me, I think, that is, the one thing that if I can have today, it will be really great. And it will also support, acceleration of adoption, because that's one area of apprehension. Yeah. Unified network management, the Holy Grail. Yeah, Holy Grail, indeed.
Andy?
I'm quite greedy when I'm asked a question like this, and I'll start to read off my list of things. But our experience has been so positive with our commercial partners and with the TIP developers that, for once, I'm actually satisfied with how something is going. I would wish for it to continue at this pace. The level of engagement we've got with the commercial partners and the software team at TIP is great, and the challenge is going to be to keep that level of engagement as the ecosystem grows, I think.
Very good.
I have my wish. Yes, I would like to have increased market share and brand visibility for the network disaggregation market in general.
I think that's coming. Anything to add, TT?
Yes, I would like to see this OpenLAN not just provide access to use or internet access, can also provide access to manage edge IoT devices, so it provides more automation to the network deployment.
Very good. Let's thank the panel. They've been great. Thanks to Kelly, Lloyd, Andy, and TT. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ike.
Thank you. Thank you.
For our next panel, Accelerating Open RAN Adoption, a Global Policymakers Perspective, please welcome Evelyn Remily, partner at Wilkinson Barker Nauer.
Well, good morning, almost good afternoon. Great to have you all here. Thank you to Fyuz for having this Global Policymakers panel today. I know we're between you and some really yummy food upstairs, which is Fyuz's trademark. So we're going to make this really exciting. We're going to talk about money and government money, and I know that's something that we're all interested in. I've been working on tech policy for the last 20 years, and I would have to say that this Open RAN issue is really forging a new era of collaboration between government and industry. And I'm really looking forward to unpacking some of that today with these panelists. We have a great group of leaders here, emerging leaders that are having a lot of impact across the globe, so looking forward to hearing from them. So let me introduce them, and then they'll come out and we'll get started. So I'm joined today by Amanda Toman. Amanda is the director of the Wireless Innovation Fund for the United States National Telecom and Information Administration. I'm also joined by Catherine Page, Deputy Director of the Future Telecom and Diversification Division for the UK's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Koji Uchi, Counselor for the Economic Section of the Embassy of Japan in the US, and Manaz Ansari. And Manaz is the Senior Regional Representative for South Asia for the United States Trade and Development Agency. I will welcome them to the stage. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Well, we're going to jump right in because we have a lot to cover and not a lot of time. So, Amanda, let's start with you. We're going to start by talking about the various initiatives of the various countries represented. So, Amanda, tell us a bit about what the USG and NTIA is doing to promote the acceleration of Open RAN these days.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. And I'm honored to be part of this panel this morning. So I'm Amanda Toman. I'm the director of the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund out of the National Telecommunications Information Administration in the United States Department of Commerce. So we have the initiative to accelerate the adoption of open and interoperable networks. And we've been issued $1.5 billion to get after that initiative. And we are working right now on employing a grant program to drive innovation to try and achieve our objectives. We've got a little bit of money that we've already pushed out to get after our objectives, but we have a 10-year program that we're working on, so $1.5 billion over 10 years. But the team has recognized that if we take 10 years to get our job done, we will have not been successful. So I think the quicker that we're able to move out and inject financial investments in research and development, in getting after our goals, will hopefully accelerate us achieving our objectives for the Innovation Fund.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. Koji, over to you. How about the Japanese government? How are you attacking this?
Thanks so much, and I'm glad to be here. And I'm a counselor covering economic affairs in Washington, D.C., but I'm detailed from Ministry of Communication. That's why I'm here, and happy to talk about Japanese initiatives on the 5G Open RAN promotion. Well, I'm get started with the how, or why we are doing that. Yeah. Because we've seen some, well, mobile market landscape where limited number of vendors, of suppliers, has been enjoying some oligopolistic positions. One of them are sort of headquartered in the countries where we don't necessarily share democratic value with. So that's why the open and interoperable architecture will allow us for sort of resilient and really competitive sort of drive, which brings us not only the economic benefit, but also the security resilience. That's why we are doing that. And our approach is rather holistic, not only in terms of have some sort of regulatory approaches, which includes sort of security requirement for the 5G spectrum allocation back in 2019, but also other incentivizing tools like tax incentives, research and development assistance, or even testing facility or OTEC, partly funded by the government, and global engagement, as I'm here right now. So we're really happy to extend our sort of collaboration with global partners, and that's it. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Catherine, over to you. How is UK and DSIT taking this on as well?
Thanks, Evelyn, and hello, everyone. I'm Catherine Page from the UK Government's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, and it's great to be here at Fyuz. I also, like Koji, I would start with why are we doing this? So For our government, for many governments, it's really critical that our telecoms networks are secure and resilient. And in 2019 in the UK, we undertook a comprehensive review of our telecom supply chain. And from that, it emerged that there were some security and resilience risks that we needed to address. And most relevant for this discussion today is that we were very dependent on a small number of vendors, particularly in the RAN, and that for us constituted a resilience risk. So we decided that we wanted to take action to try and stimulate a more diverse and competitive telecom supply chain. And one of the key ways that we hoped that we could do that was by seeking to accelerate open and interoperable solutions, supporting Open RAN. And we also hoped that by doing that, we would be able to stimulate innovation, and we hoped also to build greater and new UK capability in telecoms. So how are we doing it? I suppose I would highlight 5 things. The first is that we have tried to set a clear policy direction. So we published a 5G supply chain diversification strategy in 2020. And since then, we've tried to be as clear as possible about what we think good looks like in Open RAN. So we produced a set of Open RAN principles, which I'm really pleased to say were supported by a number of industry bodies, including the O-RAN Alliance, the major operators in the UK, and also by some of our international partners. So we really want the market to understand what we're trying to achieve. The second thing is that we've invested quite significantly in R&D. So we've invested £250 million in what we call our Open Networks program, which is stimulating innovation in Open RAN. And it's been really nice to meet with various companies at Fyuz that I know have been part of those programs. And also just last week, we announced a new £70 million program aimed at future telecoms. And that's about trying to stimulate greater investment in the UK, greater capability around 6G and how we think networks will evolve in future, of which we see interoperability as a really core part. So that's the R&D side. Thirdly, we've invested in some neutral labs for testing of O-RAN. So we have what we call Sonic Labs, which is testing at the sort of earlier stages of TRL. And they're also here at Fyuz, so please do meet them if you haven't yet. And then we have built a UK telecoms lab, which is testing closer to market. Fourthly, we try and work very closely with industry to understand what's needed in terms of adoption and how the market's developing. And we've set a joint ambition with the operators in the UK around the level of adoption of open and interoperable solutions that we hope to see in the UK. And then fifthly and finally, this is a global market. International collaboration is key. We try and work really closely with international partners, both bilaterally, multilaterally, and I think really crucially in standards bodies as well. And we were also very pleased last week that with US, with Australian, with Canadian and Japanese colleagues, we've launched what we've called a new global coalition on telecoms, which is designed for us to be able to share perspectives on things like Open RAN, consider where we might want to coordinate more closely. And we've also been really clear that we hope that that's something that other partners might want to join as well. So all about collaboration.
That's excellent. Manaz, I know you're playing a unique role because you're working for the US government, the State Department, but many of your efforts are directed at India. You're in India. Tell us a bit about what's happening in that market.
Thank you. At the outset, thank you to the organizers for inviting me here at Fyuz. It's a fascinating event to be at. US Trade and Development Agency, the agency which I represent, is the project preparation arm of US government. We are doing infrastructure project development for the activities and efforts at early planning stages, coming at the right time when the project is market ready and introducing them to emerging markets. With two objectives, basically. One is that we are connecting the US industry to these markets, which is very important at the right initiation stage. And the second is that it is also a priority for the developing economies or the developing markets to bring them at the same page where the developed world is looking at the new technologies and its implementation, because that diversification is extremely important. With that objective, what I cover for US Trade and Development Agency is their South Asia operations, which demographically, if you look at India and all of South Asia, is 1/4 of the world population. And hence, it's very, very important that when we are talking of ICT infrastructure, we are bringing that ICT infrastructure very early into the future infrastructure projects being developed. And in this place, especially as we talk of 5G and Open RAN, we look at subjects across the board. So we do not only focus on ICT. Our funding is very program-based. We do bring in projects to what the market needs, what in my case, probably what Indo-Pacific requirements would be or what South Asia requirements would be, and also what US industry can offer at the right time to come at an early initiation stage. With that, we fund feasibility studies, pilot projects, technical assistance. We also have a program to do capacity development, because a lot of dialogue has to be initiated first with workshops, conferences like these, and more, and training programs, and bringing in delegations from our host country partners to showcase the demonstrations in US. When we look at 5G, I would just, and Open RAN, because this conference is focused here, another very important element which USTDA has been doing, and we are doing projects across from Africa to Latin America to Indo-Pacific region, including India. We are also trying to work with the industry very closely and with the respective governments, not only on regulatory and standards practices, which are very important to bring the partner to be talking the same language. We are also wanting to see how we can enhance the capacity for the implementation side of how will Open RAN be used in the different elements of infrastructure development when we talk about it. So that is really the objective of USTDA. For Open RAN and 5G, we have done many projects. I can cite a few examples, starting with, we have an Open RAN project with hotspots in Nigeria. We are looking at India to set up a test and certification lab for Open RAN. We have a similar project with telecom infra providers, the organizers of this conference in Indonesia, to look at the regulatory and standards practices. We have done capacity building efforts in Malaysia and India. And we continue to see even smaller islands, because there's a lot of focus for the Pacific Islands. We recently funded Palau for enhancing its telecom network, the entire network of Palau, which was a quad effort with the Japanese and Indians and US. So we are trying to see how we bring in the players on the table, bilateral and multilateral, to get the efforts going forward.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. So I know we're focused on talking about Open RAN acceleration and how governments are playing a role in that, but I think we can't talk about these opportunities, the initiatives, without also touching on challenges. So let's start with Catherine. Any particular challenges that you'd like to point out, and maybe talk a little bit about how you're tackling those as well?
Yes, I mean, before we talk about the challenges, I would say I think we're seeing some really positive signs on adoption, and it was great to hear Andrea Donna, Vodafone, talk yesterday about how the live deployments in the UK are progressing. So that's really good news, but there are challenges, and I think we're all alive to that. They've been spoken about a lot in this conference. Some of them are technical, and on that front, I hope that some of the investments that are being put in by industry, by governments around R&D and testing should help to provide solutions. Certainly in our R&D, we are seeing the technology mature, and we're trying to target our investments towards those later stages of development. So our latest tranche of funding in the Open Networks program, for example, was focused on, amongst other things, how do we demonstrate Open RAN capabilities in high-density environments where we know performance can be challenging. So there are technical challenges. I think as the technology matures, we're seeing increasingly some of those operational and commercial challenges as well come through that, again, I know have been spoken about a lot in this conference. I think we're interested in how, again, some of the testing, the sharing of results from R&D and the proof of concept can help reassure on some of those. But also we understand that operators need to have confidence that they're going to be able to have a level of performance that they can rely on. And so I think things like other routes to market as well, private networks probably play an important role in that. And I think in terms of making sure that we stay on a good trajectory, also standards and ensuring that there are globally recognized standards that are not fragmenting are really important. We think the ORAN Alliance and ETSI's collaboration on that recently has been very valuable, and it's something that we, as the UK, and I know many others, are very interested in.
Thank you. Manaz, thoughts from you on the challenge side?
Well, I would say challenges are the reason the opportunities are created for our work and for our projects. And, you know, if the same question of the challenges of working in 5G and Open RAN for a country like India was asked to me 3 years ago during COVID, when we got some money as transfer funding to look at promoting more of Open RAN and 5G, I would say it was a non-starter. For a country like India, as big as India, it was a non-starter, not only because there is a lack of, you know, talking the same language, as we often call it, but also because the OEMs, the telcos were very busy in doing what they needed to do. And bringing in a government assistance at a capacity level when the whole market is looking at a very different paradigm, sometimes at what stage in the market we are entering with this kind of a solution is also very important to understand. Well, that has transitioned into more of an open ideas and open access now, even for countries like India. Recently at G20, Prime Minister of India met with the US President, President Biden, and came out with a 5G Open RAN joint statement, which is a huge move from where we were about 3 years ago. All agencies put together as the US mission, not even able to find one good project to take forward. And because the layers and the levels are very different. I would totally agree with Catherine that standards is a huge issue, and standardization is a huge issue when, for example, American technologies are trying to bring in where there is a lot of inherent desire, even with big emerging markets like India, to do their own thing. I was at a Built in India panel yesterday, and it's just amazing to see what India is doing on its own, but to bring the different technologies, creating more open and communicable systems, interoperable systems. It's very important that standardization, the regulatory practices, and the most important element which comes often to our table is, you know, we are the people on the ground, is the trust. The trust element is very, very important when we are developing projects, when we are bringing in or introducing a new technology or a new solution in the market, that our partners, including the private sector, who actually helps lead most of it, be it the host country private sector or our private sector, that trust is established, there is a relationship which is established. And if that does not exist, the challenges remain till we reach that level to develop a new project.
Okay. Yeah, Amanda, I'm going to go to you because I know that the US, your team has been thinking, both Catherine and Manaz mentioned standards. I know you've been thinking a lot about common specs and other areas that we need. So just thoughts from you on challenges as well.
Yeah, definitely. So I echo what Catherine and Manaz say about the challenges. I think there are technical, but there's also challenges that aren't technical. So as part of the Innovation Fund, one of the challenges is around standards and performance parity and cost parity, being able to demonstrate that these technologies are able to achieve the same level of performance that's currently available, and as well as potentially getting to cost parity. So being able to demonstrate that, I think, is really important and a key challenge that we need to address. So the first round of funding for the Innovation Fund, we went after test and evaluation laboratories. So the idea that we're standing up resources in the United States that are for the Open RAN ecosystem, so that vendors that might not have the deep pockets to be able to build a laboratory on their own or to be able to fully validate their equipment, that these laboratories are available as a resource to look at things like interoperability, to look at things like security and efficiency and automation. All of those things to validate to a potential customer that they are capable of meeting their requirements. So I think, hopefully we'll start to see some benefits of that as we make those awards and get those laboratories established as a resource. But the other common theme really is that of standards and the idea of interoperability. And the challenge is truly around taking multi-vendor solutions and putting them together. So you're really putting 3 different pieces together, and how do you get them to interoperate and do so, out of the box would be ideal. I don't think we're going to get there, but the concept of getting to a plug-and-play solution for telecommunications is something, it might be pie in the sky, but it would be great to try and get there. And one way we've envisioned getting there is defining what we call a minimum viable profile. So, and having industry define what that minimum viable profile needs to be to enable interoperability, so that the customers or the mobile network operators can really leverage the equipment. So the idea that the components that they're purchasing, that they meet that minimum viable profile, will hopefully reassure the fact that the integration is eased and you're enabled to quickly validate the performance and capabilities of the stack in this open and interoperable nature. So, I think making progress on those 2 fronts is really important to the Innovation Fund. And the hope is that as we move forward, we will be able to invest in the commercialization of the Open RAN stack and allow those investments to be tested and validated against those laboratories that we stand up, and hopefully against an industry-defined minimum viable profile.
That's great. And that's, we're going to talk in just a moment about how to, we engage industry in that conversation even more. But Koji, anything from you before we go to that in terms of the challenge space?
Yeah, there are obviously many challenges, both internally and externally. But I will not repeat what your folks have said about the sort of technical challenges we're facing, like interoperability or commercial sort of challenges to make it as profitable as possible. But perhaps we are on the same page in terms of sort of challenges where brownfield operators has been trying to and struggling to find the right balance between the sort of upgrading their networks as well as to sort of keep the stability of quality services, because they are required to do guarantee 100% assurance of the services, and we should be respectful for that. So maybe technical challenge should be addressed at most. But at the same time, we are facing really external challenges. Previously, we were struggling to attract political attention to such a technical issue like Open RAN. But now that we are sort of having many collaboration, both with US or Quad or even GCOT. So we are really moving on to the next phase of extending our collaboration to the third country of mutual interest. But again, there is many issues, sort of potential issues, like, there's digital infrastructures out there not determined by sort of security or quality of services, but by sort of price. So if price is at stake, maybe we have some way to assist them by financial tools or even sort of development sort of project. But if the security is at stake, it's really challenging and sort of persistent challenges, because maybe we may find ourselves in a challenging, in a difficult situation where the common narratives we are sharing that, okay, we have to come up with resilient networks with diversified suppliers of equipment, doesn't necessarily prove to be appealing to those who don't necessarily think that way. So maybe we need capacity building sort of activities, not only for the sort of technical aspect, but also at the policy level, at the higher level, so that everyone should make sure that we're on the same page of facing the similar policy challenge of a global sort of nature.
Absolutely. So, and we've talked, that's such a great segue. We've talked price, we've talked standards, all of these areas that require industry collaboration with governments, but with one another. We know that scaling Open RAN is going to be important to achieving all of the goals. So how do you as governments encourage that collaboration? We know that industry sometimes has competitive issues that might impact those relationships. So how are you forging that public-private partnership and also encouraging them to work together on these issues that we know are challenges and opportunities? Maybe, Amanda, back to you.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, the Innovation Fund has $1.5 billion, which is quite a bit of money, but in reality, it's going to be dispersed in $50 million distributions. So, I'm very hopeful that it will spark the innovation, but we also recognize that businesses are investing billions of dollars in R&D a year. So how can we leverage that to get after our same objectives? So recognizing that we need to work with industry, we need to align our objectives and understand how we can work together to the best of our abilities. So recognizing it's all of industry we need to engage with. We also need to engage with our international partners. So albeit, our individual amounts of research and development dollars are not large, but as combined, it's a lot bigger buying power. So having things like the GCOT established, being able to share and talk about joint research and development and how we can work together and potentially pool those resources to make it that much better, I think it's going to be really essential and key to moving forward. The idea that industry players need to work together amongst themselves is definitely something that we would like to facilitate. I think with the first round of grants that we put out, the number of applicants that we received was about 140 applications. And, we were overwhelmed with the amount of responses we got, very positive. And the amount of teaming that appears to be happening in industry is really positive. And I think there's a lot of momentum building, and I'm very hopeful for what's to come. So my hope would be that as we look to the future in further rounds of funding, looking at how we align our eligibility requirements. So for the first one, we were limited to the work had to be done in the United States, but we're looking at changing those eligibility requirements for the second round. So making it open to international participation, I think will only increase that collaboration, recognizing that it is a global problem, and how do we engage that global community to really address this? So, I'm hopeful that the momentum's building and that we have a good coalition to address the problem.
That's great. You heard it here. Next NOFO, international engagement. Catherine, over to you. How any suggestions that you have on this as well?
Well, actually, public-private collaboration will be key as always. And but actually, I think you talked about the competition, but I don't believe that competition among telecom operators doesn't deter us to move forward towards the open architecture. But maybe we might think about some potential sort of challenges that are entailed by the competition among vendors or suppliers of equipment. Because maybe government should have to make a certain law to do some orchestrating effort to make it as sort of efficiently and smoothly connected with each other, and in international standardization activities, or even some public-private collaboration type of lines of effort will be necessary to make sure that will happen. And maybe at the higher level, maybe the government should have certain signaling law that, okay, we are moving towards this direction, not others. So maybe at some point, maybe we need some sort of funding mechanism in Japan as well, or maybe we have some collaborative sort of work to assist sort of global players which are promoting open architecture. Well, at the operation level, we need certain testing sort of exercises, and we as I said, that Japan is now running its government-funded open OTEC in Yokosuka City, right next to the Tokyo metropolitan area. So we're really happy to exercise, and that we should do, as well as to collaborate with global partners, because they are open to the global sort of manufacturers as well. So we're really looking forward to that kind of collaboration. Yeah.
That's okay. Catherine? Very similar. We recognize that ultimately the market will take commercial decisions, and that's right, but we think that government has a role to play in supporting new technologies. And for the UK government, we have identified future telecoms as one of our 5 critical technologies, so it's very important to us. We support industry collaboration through our R&D, which is largely consortia-based, and it's been really good to see how those consortia have built and actually moved from one funding project to another in many cases. We also fund something called the UK Telecoms Innovation Network, UK TIN, who I know are also here at Fyuz. So I would encourage you to speak to them about what they're doing explicitly to try and bring together the ecosystem in the UK, industry, academia, and make that as cohesive as possible. And then completely agree with Amanda and Koji. I think we send signals internationally as governments around some of these multilateral bodies, around our bilateral engagements, and we hope that GCOC can play a useful role in that.
Excellent. Well, I know we're getting down to the wire, so why don't we do a bit of a lightning round here. I know it's hard to have a discussion these days without talking about AI, and our panel's focused on acceleration. So just some thoughts from each of you in terms of what role AI can possibly play in helping us to accelerate Open RAN, and how governments might play a role in that opportunity as well. So why don't we start with Manaz?
So, as we are in the business of developing projects, we have to, as AI comes in, and we are looking only towards the emerging markets to make sure that the projects which we are bringing in are at the right stage. I think what is very important is that when AI is being built in as one of the subjects for the implementation of how we are going to progress from 5G, Open RAN, Next Gen, and especially on Next Gen, we start the conversation early. And that's very important in the international sphere to do, because a lot of times when we are talking and bringing in the technology solutions, let's say AI in this case, or other Next Gen technologies which are coming up, we are not seeing the stakeholders on our partner side talking to each other. So we want to create cohorts, and this is exactly something which we do at an early stage, is we bring in some capacity workshops or capacity missions towards US, where we showcase this technology and bring in the industry from both sides, as well as the government and the regulatory and the policymakers early on to onto the stage, early onto the game. Even if there is an AI project or there is an AI discussion happening between the two governments, we would very much encourage the industry to be on the table, vice versa, including the regulators and the policymakers to be on the table, so that there is a coordinated effort to get to that level where AI can be professionally and properly introduced into the ecosystem which we are targeting at. So that is very important, and that is something which we are continuously trying to make an effort. I can give you an example of Maldives, where we just recently signed a project with the Maldivian government on digital data center, which is coming up. And AI will be an integral element as the data center is being looked at and developed by the Maldivians. There's a World Bank funding and financing which is associated with it. But most important is that the right industry players, the policy makers, the regulators, and the standards people within and from the partners, including now we are talking of a lot of collaboration under quads and newer quads which are coming up, are sitting across the table, are understanding how these projects are happening, and there is a lot more shareable information of who is doing what and how. And that really leads to the success of spending that little money which we do to make the projects more impactful.
Excellent. Amanda, I know lightning round, I know you're doing some funding in this area. Thoughts from you?
We are. So one of our first grant award announcements, one of the recipients is focused on using AI for automation and for actually open air interface testing. So we expect some interesting results out of that award. But looking to the future, and I think AI will potentially play a big role in creating efficiencies for the network and really being able to implement the RIC and X apps and R apps, and really the promise of what OpenRAN I think can be will be partly enabled by AI. So I'm excited about what's to come and how it will be developed in the future.
Excellent. Koji, I know that Japan is playing a very leading role globally on AI with other governments, codes of conduct. Any thoughts on the Open RAN space as well? And
Many thanks for touching upon the Hiroshima AI process, where our Prime Minister is pretty much determined to lead a sort of G7 discussion on AI. But that's more focused on the generative AI and the sort of emerging technology. But in the context of telecom, I cannot agree more the importance of the AI's usage to be efficient and to be really effective, cost-effective. And whether it's software-defined or virtualization, AI should play a really pivotal role in making it happen. But I think one of the things that regulators, telecom regulators, should bear in mind is that how to upgrade our telecom sort of framework, regulatory framework, to adaptive to these sort of emerging technologies like AI, because we have been really so accustomed to the notion that telco will sort of have a sort of full ownership of the visibility of what is happening in the whole ecosystem, but that's not the case with the advent of AI. So maybe we have to collaborate with other players outside of the traditional telecom ecosystem to do more collaboration.
That makes a lot of sense. Great. Well, thank you so much. A big thank you to my panelists. This was excellent. Thank you to the audience for staying with us. Thank you to TIP and Fyuz for having this policy discussion. And please come and see us at the show. Take care.
Up next, Alternative Operating Business Models, a Global Perspective. Please welcome David Nowicki, Ecosystem Development Director at the Telecom Infra Project.
Hello, everyone. Up until this point, we've been talking about case studies, challenges, and opportunities for open and disaggregated technologies. And this last panel was fantastic, and it was focused on government interventions and catalysts that can help to accelerate those open and disaggregated technologies. But now we're going to do something different and turn to business models. And we're going to look at alternative business models, specifically around infra sharing. And on top of that, a neutral host for infra sharing. And what a better model to use than one from Dean Bubley of disruptive analysis that he used at a workshop a few years back, when a lot of these networks were unveiling themselves, private cellular, small cells, neutral host. And you can see how they overlap. And there are some case studies on our panel today that will reflect different parts of the overlap as well as some of the independence. A wholesale network that other service providers are using, the entire network, an active network, that's how we're defining a neutral host. A neutral host is something where a separate entity is having service providers that are running on top of it. This is the model that we're using for neutral host, and this is where we're trying to break down the barriers to help neutral hosts flourish in the marketplace. So we have a fantastic panel, but before that, I just want to say, please come to our summit, our neutral host summit from 2:30 to 4. Dean Bubley's going to kick it off, and Steljana Baleva from Teral is going to do the second part. Important that you see a lot more details at that particular session. So without further ado, let me bring up our fantastic set of panelists. Welcome the panelists, please. Okay, Kunal, we're going to start with you. You're the veteran. You were here last year, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But last year, you told us about this fantastic neutral host that you unveiled within India, and you have Airtel and Vodafone as customers. But let's take a step back, and why don't you just introduce yourself, give us a background, tell us about how you're looking at the market, and then we can go from there.
Great. Thank you so much, David, for organizing this panel on neutral hosts. So we at CloudXtel are a NASCO based in India. And when we started about 9 years ago, India was on the cusp of a mobile broadband revolution. At that time, we had approximately 125 million mobile data users, each consuming about a couple hundred MB a month. Fast forward 9 years, and where we are today, basically, we've got now 1 billion mobile data subscribers, each consuming 20 gigs of data a month. And to give you a sense of the scale, one of our leading mobile operators today is actually carrying more data on a monthly basis than all the US MNOs combined. So that's the level of scale that we're dealing with in India. So if we look at the options that operators have for deploying solutions at venues, there's a couple of different routes that they can go with. The first is basically a self-deployment model. And that essentially means where they're doing an end-to-end RAN solution, and they're controlling that RAN on an end-to-end basis completely on their own. While they get the best performance and quality and data insight from that perspective, but this model is not really scaled. Now, if we look at the passive sharing model, while operators have had to sacrifice quality and control, but really the cost economics have been the major benefit that they've been able to derive, and that's why this model, because of the lower cost, is really what's been pervasive. Now, when we at CloudXtel looked at the challenge of what is the type of solution that we wanted to deploy at the 9 railway stations that we were going to be covering in the heart of Mumbai, we essentially said that we would need to borrow from the best of both worlds. And what that essentially meant was making sure that operators would get access to data on the very last radio, the very last carrier, the very last cell, and ensure that they were able to process and manage their KPIs. But at the same time, we needed to deliver the cost benefit of sharing. And so what we did is we went back and sort of said that, look, we need to make sure that we're dealing with this problem in the right way. And just to give you a context of what that challenge really was, the 9 stations in which we were deploying the solution carry about 1.5 million passengers a day of traffic. And particularly during the busy hours, we have a situation where in any given minute, there are 2 trains entering or exiting the station, which means there's 2,500 passengers who are handing over from the surrounding macro sites of the operators into the station and handing back out again within a minute. So that's a lot of capacity, it's a lot of density that we really really need to build out. So we realized that the only solution that would really work is taking active all the way to the edge, all the way onto the platform, and doing an end-to-end shared RAN. And like you mentioned today, we've got 2 of the 3 leading mobile operators as our customer. We've deployed 64 RRUs with 170 cells across these 9 stations, and really deployed India's first ever shared RAN. So why don't we take a look at the results that we've been able to achieve from that. So from a capacity perspective, as you can see, all the surrounding sites of the operators used to carry about 8 odd terabytes of traffic a day. We were able to increase that by almost 50% just by deploying the solution at these 9 stations. But what's even more important is if you look at the customer experience. The on-platform customer experience for the end users used to only be about 300 kbps during the peak period. We were able to increase that by 9x and give an average consumption experience of 2.7 Mbps during that peak time. Furthermore, the surrounding sites, so all of those sectors and those macros which were originally serving the platforms from the outside, were also, we were able to improve those significantly as well and deliver a 16x user experience improvement by going from 300 kbps to 5 Mbps. And what this has done is this has completely opened up those sectors for the operators to be able to perform better, for those macro sites to go back to doing what they were originally intended to do, which is serve the surrounding traffic and the surrounding buildings and everything else. And if we look into the future, while our ambition is to now expand the solution to the balanced railway network across Mumbai and serve the 7 million passengers that actually go across the local train system on a daily basis, but we also intend on taking the shared RAN solution that we've built up and pushing it deep into venues as well, in large multi-tenanted venues also, so like airports, hospitals, and large commercial complexes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
16x. Last year it was 5. Now we're at 16. Renuka, it's fantastic to have you here. This is Meta as an enterprise, Meta as an indoor pioneer, going after connectivity throughout all their buildings and doing deals with AT&T and T-Mobile. So exciting stuff. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us about your background, how you got into this business within Meta and where it's going.
Absolutely. Glad to be here, and hello everyone. I'm from Meta. I'm part of the network infrastructure team within Meta, and today I'm talking about what we call the in-building neutral host solution. And why do we need that? So Meta, we have our campus in United States, and indoor coverage has been a challenge there. And we have seen that traditionally they were deploying what do you call as the distributed antenna systems, the DAS systems, and those were not being effective enough for our coverage. And so that's where this new concept of using Meta as a neutral operator, a neutral host operator, and then tapping into the mobile operators network eventually, we established what we call the CBRS-based internal network for indoor coverage. And that is solving our problem of indoor connectivity. We are able to get a very secure, consistent coverage throughout our campuses, indoor buildings, for all of our employees, as well as the visitors. And so what that does is it's based on the concept of enabling CBRS spectrum itself. For those in the United States might be familiar with it, it was a niche spectrum that was in the past used for defense and Navy type of applications, and today it's available for commercial use. And so we have basically leveraged that spectrum and established eNode B or LTE-based network that kind of augments with the external MNOs network. And the benefits of doing that, of course, the coverage is great. We don't have to make any changes to users' handsets or anything. We are able to give a good user experience, so it's a win-win for the MNOs as well. And it has been done in partnership with the MNOs themselves. So we have a network with AT&T and T-Mo providing coverage to most of our sites in the United States. And so all in all, I mean, this is working in terms of providing the benefits of indoor in-building coverage, and also kind of bringing in a new concept which is based off of standards, saves cost exponentially compared to what it would have been for DAS systems, and easy to install as well. So for a DAS system, you would take around 12 to 18 months to complete the installation. Compared to that, for this particular solution, we have been seeing about 3 months of turnaround time per site to get it going. And so, of course, all three drivers are pretty key here, saving cost overall on the deployment of it, getting it based on the standards, so there is nothing proprietary here, so no changes required for the MNOs nor for the devices. We are leveraging the concept of LTE network based out of MOCN, for those who are aware of that concept as well. And so, yes, those three drivers, and then the last one being time to get it going and deploying.
Perfect. And so this is a private network
Yes.
that is also a neutral host, but yet services public devices, right? So I'm not sure where on the Venn diagram this one fits,
Yeah.
but it's an interesting take on this all, because it's not just your own devices, but it's anybody that visits the campus as well. It's fantastic.
Yes, employees as well as
Perfect.
visitors.
Okay, all right. So, Oscar, Cellnex is a powerhouse when it comes to neutral hosts, both on the passive side as well as now on the active side. And what we've seen is in the last few years, you moved into the active area, but with relationships with Play and Plus in Poland, which is fantastic. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and giving us a little bit of background on where this is all heading.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you for the invitation with a so qualified audience about the topic. Oscar Proyalos, Chief Commercial Officer. So our business model, very well known as the passive infrastructure sharing as a neutral host with over 130,000 sites across Europe, plus about 40,000 kilometers of fiber and over 100 data centers. So if you look at this picture, you can take an approach pure on the passive part. So colocation, dark fiber, hosting. But we want to make one step forward, understanding what's going on and understanding that this passive model have been already checked, evaluated, contrast, it's mature. So the big question is, what's next? And we are just trying to understand what's going on with the MNOs. RAN sharing is a reality in Europe. There are plenty of agreements between an MNO and a competitor, very synchronous agreements, very symmetric agreements. So you have 50, I have 50, we agree on developing here, this is the service level that we agree. What if a third party plays in between and unleashes the potential of this relationship by two separate SLAs, by making the investments, and by, of course, playing the partner role as a provider of the solution, not the competitor. So this is the question of the table. We think we have a unique position, especially in Poland, because in Poland we manage the passive portfolio from Play and the passive and active portfolio from Plus of Polkomtel Group. So if there is a space with a national-wide network approach that this can really work, probably would be there, and this is where we are focused. Of course, from those learnings, many questions raised. Is this to be extended across Europe? Is going to be a full NetCo pan-European model in Europe? What else are the others doing? So if we look, for instance, in Spain, there is a very solid and strong agreement between Vodafone and Orange to make RAN sharing. Half of the Spain is red, half of the Spain is orange. If we go to Italy, we have recently seen Wind carving out all the network, including core, including fixed line and mobile, and coming into the playground private equity with a very intensive operational model. And any of the countries we have RAN sharing. We are in a moment where MNOs are facing different challenges. 5G here, but not yet increase of ARPU, generally speaking. So still waiting for that revenue. Investment still needed over the next years. Rural approach to get connectivity everywhere also, if we think about Europe, for the European Commission 5G Act and all the implementations that they are pursuing. We have the densification. We have, in some countries, a vendor swap. So there are a number of elements that probably 5G auctions, for instance, Poland 5G auctions is going to happen now, it's happening now. So there are a number of elements that probably creates the right moment to face this opportunity. And this is where we are. Of course, as you can imagine, and you can see on the picture, our natural position is a site. If we think about what other elements can be mutualized, you can see on the very left side the transmission, both fiber or radio link transmission, and depending on the traffic, the sites and the model, and of course, all this traffic gets into a data center, a central metropolitan officer. So maybe we can take this chunk of the network, assuming that we have a single radio element and the technology is well advanced to be multi-band, multi-tenant. So makes technology evolution from vendors did a huge step forward in that sense. So technology is not a limitation. It's much more business model, governance, and operational model. So these are the three elements that we need to tackle to ensure that we are successful. We'll see, because you mentioned private networks moving into this space too, indoor, outdoor, downtowns, public services on top, mission critical. So I would not guess now how it's going to be a network in, let's say, center of London in 5 to 7 years. How many radio networks, how many tenants playing, to whom this network will belong to, and the different usages. So I'm just looking at Europe, not so much, let's say, aware of what's going on in Asia and States, but very much sure that in Europe we are laggards in that sense. So paying also attention.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to go back to Michelle, Michelle. So we have 3 neutral hosts here, and then now we're moving to you as an enabler, right? So this is an enabler, and just was reading recently about your strategy in this particular area, being positioned as a business partner for neutral hosts, a trusted business partner. So if you could introduce yourself and your position there, and what the strategy is.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for organizing this, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you all for coming. Michel Schbat is my name. I'm responsible for CX strategy execution in Nokia. And I'm also co-directing Nokia's global program on neutral hosts, which is essentially a joint effort between the customer organization and the business groups to increase the focus on this important domain. So our ambition in Nokia is to help the neutral hosts to achieve their business transformation in moving toward the active layer, right? Just like Oscar mentioned earlier. And we put this program in place that actually leverages the strengths of Nokia, which is, of course, being a B2B innovation leader, having a full portfolio of mobile and fixed products and services, as well as full software suite and application suite, but also a global presence. And that's really important, because it is, if we are monitoring this transforming domain or the transforming segment, we need to look at what's happening globally. So maybe I can tell you a little bit about what our view of the neutral host segment is, right? As my co-panelists here very nicely mentioned, that essentially neutral host is an infrastructure player, right? A player in the digital infrastructure domain that either owns digital infrastructure assets or has an expertise in digital infrastructure assets, and through that they offer services to multiple tenants, right? And that's the key part here, is that it's really all about digital infrastructure sharing and multi-tenancy. Now, this is what neutral host entities are, but there's what we call the neutral host model, right? Which is actually developing and has been accelerating in the past few years. And there's really 3 things to know about it. One is that it's an ecosystem play, right? This is not just about one entity deciding to do something, but it's a whole ecosystem of stakeholders that have contributed or are still contributing into forming this, this model. The second one is that this is a multi-domain segment, right? This is not just about indoor connectivity or just about connectivity as a service, you know, on the optical side or on the mobile side, but this is about multiple domains. As Oscar mentioned, we have the fiber domain, the tower domain, the data center domain that themselves are fueling a slew of really a whole suite of use cases that are being developed by these companies. And the third thing to remember is that this is a global phenomenon or a global shift, right? It's happening in all the regions. We here have representation from India, from the US, and from Europe, but it's also happening in Australia, it's happening across Asia, it's happening in Africa, in the Middle East, and Latin America. It's really happening everywhere. So just a quick view about the acceleration of this domain. So we have the network operators that have been separating from many of their assets, like fiber and towers and data centers. And on the other hand, you have investors that have been pouring quite a significant amount of capital into hard infrastructure. Also, the governments and regulators are taking now a very keen look at this whole thing that is making the shifts of these assets more fluid and more prevalent. Now, on the technology side, there are sharing technologies that have been developing. Renuka mentioned radio sharing technologies, also sharing technologies on the fixed side as well. But at the same time, there's also environmental targets that are imposing or encouraging the sharing of equipment, of infrastructure equipment. And through this whole fueling and growth of this neutral host model, there is a move toward the active domain. And maybe we'll discuss the use cases later, but you can see that on the slide. I put here some numbers just to catch your attention about the magnitude of what's happening in terms of ownership of towers globally and FTTP connections in Europe. Also data center, huge data center acquisition deals, just for you to look at.
Fantastic. So let's talk now about scaling. So specifically, this is going to be a three-part question, right? So the first is, how do we take your model that you have and scale it? Second, what business model is it using and do you think it should use? And then thirdly, what can the TIP project group do to help remove some of the barriers to allow you to scale?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, David. So I think all three things are very much interconnected, right? The business model is critical to scaling because all of the operators are going to look at TCO. And it has taken us quite a long time to get the equipment community to support us, and we have Nokia to thank for that a lot because we're very small. This is a very new idea. It's not happened really yet in Asia. It's definitely not happened in India. And so it's taken us a long time to get to parity on a TCO level today. And I think if we can all work together from a TIP community perspective, from a vendor community perspective, and regulatory as well, and sort of bring all that together, then we'll actually be able to tip the curve and take the TCO substantially lower. So we're today in the range of about 0 to 25% TCO cost savings. Once you really start bringing that down, particularly driven on the OpEx side, then that is where the real benefit kicks in. And from a quality of service, we've now demonstrated that really you get superior quality of service. But in cost-sensitive markets, the willingness to pay extra for that, because revenues don't result from better quality of service, unfortunately. So there is definitely a pushback. So really, it's about creating scale through getting to the right price points and then demonstrating across a variety of venues.
Fantastic. And Renuka, same question. Scale, business model, and then finally, how can TIP help?
So scale, right now we are doing this in US, and we would definitely like to see it expand internationally. And that would mean that locally we will have to, say, gather spectrum, something similar to CBRS, and tap into the MNO partnerships. And so that's where I think it connects back to the TIP project group. Let me go to that now, from scale to TIP project group. I think the project group will be crucial in terms of kind of bringing our deployment learnings from what we have done, the framework and the architecture, and then giving those learnings and kind of replicating those in other regions. Within the project group, we could be gathering or collaborating with multiple operators in different regions. And so I think that part is what we are looking forward to as the next step here.
Fantastic. Oscar, I know you have a variety of different cases out there, so you can choose any one you'd like in terms of where you're expecting it to flourish, but scale and typical business model, and how can TIP help?
So let me introduce a couple of concepts. One, maybe it's more financial, although I assume there are much more engineers here than financial guys. But look at MNO. MNO is the composition of two elements, a service co and a netco. If you think about how these companies value in the market, normally a service co values between 7.5 times EBITDA, a netco values over 20, especially with the passive part can even get 30. So here, clear, we see that there is these two different business models. Secondly, if we take a nationwide network, imagine network of 10, another network of 10, we just merge them, we create a network of 12, so the denser into that country, and we dismantle 8. Dismantle 8 divided by 2, 4. It's a 40% saving of the total cost of ownership from one of the MNOs that decide to create the network. I'm making round numbers, of course, an approx model. Even this model, using the traditional, let's say, radio and network equipment, on top of any of the discussions and savings that we were listening yesterday in this fora about how much Open RAN improved the cost, the time to market, all these would be on top of. And meanwhile, you agree and you commit to deliver the SLA, this is going to be on the neutral host decision, moving to a centralized network or distributed or softwareized network. So this is the second component. And third, you know what is the picture in Europe right now with the potential merge of MNOs, because you know this sector, this industry, always has set the foundations of the future. So this industry, the telco one, has been forced to make a large investment before the existing the business model exists. So ARPU probably will increase once the network is deployed. If these netco movements happen, this is also a mitigator to potential merge because they are already capturing part of these savings. I'm not working on the commercial part and the channel and so on, but at least this one. So from the scale perspective, this is a synergies project at national-wide scale. Of course, not everything sounds as much interesting as my pitch, because operationally, you need to be really good at. So we need to have these guys nearby. We need to have the operations, the former operations guys from the MNO, and we need to have a very qualified brain to define how the operation should be when we serve two tenants. With two tenants that at least they may agree on the strategy, on the principles of that model, because otherwise managing this, the governance can get really, really, really complex. So I think when we think this netco approach at national level, this is the top picture of how these would be scalable. Of course, the scaling from that moment or from that position means going a pan-European level, which is another story.
Fantastic. Michelle, so you have the global perspective, and you have the view of where would you expect this to flourish around the world? Where are you going to put your efforts? Where are you going to put your resources in terms of expecting it, and what models would you expect it to scale underneath? And again, is there something that we can work on within the TIP project group to help in that regard?
Right. Well, it's a difficult question to answer because, as I said, this is a multi-domain model, and at the same time, it's a global model. Now, things are not developing at the same speed or scale everywhere in the world, clearly, but it is really happening everywhere in the sense that there are some use cases, which I will talk about it. There are some use cases that are much more appropriate to some areas in the world than others, in the sense that there's some urgency, and it makes economic sense for neutral hosts to step up and address some of these use cases in some areas of the world rather than others. But I think eventually this is a model that's going to be prevalent. This is a model that's going to be offering a whole wide of services essentially everywhere. And we have to also realize that a lot of these entities are stepping into this active domain somewhat cautiously, right? Because they are mostly used, I mean, a lot of these entities coming from a real estate model with low risk, right? Guaranteed returns, you know, long-term contracts. Getting into the active domain is a little bit trickier. So you have to step in cautiously, but business models are developing that prove that you can actually do it with the level of risk that's totally sustainable, right? So it's really a positive development all along. In terms of use cases, we are seeing many different use cases, and we keep track of what we are identifying from our discussions with our neutral host customers, and they range in 4 different categories, right? The first one is the mobile connectivity, right? And within this one, we are seeing several use cases. One of them is the wide area type deployment, like what Oscar mentioned happening in Poland with Cellnex. Another one is rural expansion, which is, of course, doesn't make a whole lot of economic sense for many operators to deploy or expand their coverage in areas that are not so attractive economically. So we are seeing neutral hosts stepping in and building these extensions on behalf of one MNO and then extending it to others. Then you have urban densification, densifying the networks. Here is where the environmental aspect comes into it with the restrictions on emissions in cities. So it makes, again, sense for this to be done with by a neutral host. And we are seeing cases there. And the big one in mobile, of course, is in building. And we have actually a summit panel a little bit later in the day that addresses this, this domain. There's also private wireless, right? I will not talk too much about it, but Oscar alluded to it. That is also gaining steam. And the other 3, maybe I'll just quickly talk about. One is optical connectivity as a service, right? And it's coming in different flavors, but that also is a place where neutral host and FiBr have a bigger role to play. And another one, which is probably the most developed, and not probably, actually, certainly the most developed for more than a decade now, which is fixed broadband as a service, right? This has been developed in many areas of the world by towercos, by FiBr, offering FTTH essentially as a service, either all the way to the residence or to the last splitter. It's also fixed wireless access now coming into play. And the last category is the edge as a service. And here there are many use cases that are quite interesting that are developing that we are seeing neutral hosts taking them on.
Great, and one thing that I'm noticing, and I want to ask, this is, as we're talking about business models here, I want to ask about rev share, and the reason I want to ask about it is because at last year's panel, we had Internet para Todos who had deployed with a rev share. We had AMN that had deployed with a rev share, and it was a common theme amongst many of the panelists in terms of the deal that happened between the neutral host and the MNO. And those were rural cases. These are indoor and urban. So just curious in terms of, do you see that particular model being appropriate for scaling? And anybody can answer in this case. We don't have to go down the line. Anybody that feels comfortable commenting on this topic.
I think it's always an instrument, an interesting instrument or mechanism to get into a more attractive agreement among the parties. So sharing revenue or let's say any improvement of the economics to be shared, considering who's the anchor of that asset. And this can help to be incentivized to be used that asset. I'm not just talking about MNOs. I could talk about ISPs, fixed wireless access operators, IoT operators. So I think this is a mechanism that we use sometime. Of course, has to be very well defined. You know that when we talk about collocation in a tower, it's much different talking about 5G deployments and a macro, 4G macro, than any other type of radio equipment, which is normally much smaller, less fees, less demanding from the power, space, and reinforcement. But yes, this is something that exists, and it can be on the table to incentivize these things happening and to have the interest from all parties.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, so maybe I'll take this up in terms of, clearly to have a per GB or per MB kind of pricing model aligns the operators and the neutral host provider. But the challenge we face in emerging markets, and particularly in India, is that the annual rate of consumption growth is more than 20%. So if you do that, then the operators basically say, well, we'll pay up to infinity, and we've just barely launched 5G. And we expect that as 5G penetration rolls out, that annual CAGR is going to actually be a lot higher. So, when per GB pricing was basically taken off the table, the pushback we got is, just follow general venue pricing, which is your per square foot. And we're like, that doesn't align because we're doing active as well. So what we were able to actually settle on in between, which really does help us to get us on the same side of the table, is essentially do a cell-based or a sector-based kind of pricing. So now what happens is when you have utilization levels that cross a certain threshold, then our customer and us have to sit down and basically say, okay, do we want to allow this level of utilization to continue to increase, which means that some of the KPIs, blocks, drops, et cetera, or even average throughput may drop. But then we're off the hook for those KPIs for that time period until they then decide that, let's put in one more cell, let's put in one more sector. So that is it's kind of like a corollary to per GB pricing, but rather than it being exactly on a per GB, we're still aligning on capacity so that when we make the CapEx investments to add more radios or add more carriers or add more licenses, the operators are also aligned to that because they're part of that decision-making process to deliver KPIs to the end customers.
Terrific. Anything we missed?
I think ours is a unique case, so I would say that it's slightly different in terms of how the sharing of revenue will happen, but in general, I agree there is sharing of infrastructure in these use cases, and so there will be sharing of revenue generally, and that would be the way to kind of make it more effective and scale it.
Great. All right, so we'll turn now to talking about where we're headed with the group. I'm going to just kind of mention that in particular we did rural last time, and we did some enablers in digital literacy and IFC on the investment side. Kunal was there. And now we're talking about in-building and we're talking about urban, right? So why is that? The reason is because when we look at rural, we actually worked on rural neutral hosts for many, many years. And the reality is that we see those as now being stable in the marketplace. And whether it's a neutral host or whether two MNOs go and do a joint venture, the fact is that rural is out there, and it's actually a natural place to share infrastructure. On the fixed side, this was something that we looked at taking up, but what we found with fixed is that it has a lot of momentum on its own, and it doesn't necessarily need a group like ours to be removing barriers because there's already so many successful cases, many of which will probably happen in the summit. People will be talking about those particular cases at 2:30 today. So we're really focused on in-building right now and also outdoor densification as the two areas that we're going to focus in on in this group. So the vision is really for collaboration across the ecosystem. The vision is to drive adoption and try to also remove barriers. In closing, what I'm going to say is that we have a great private networks session coming up, so please stick around for that. Then we'll have lunch, and then we're going to move on to our neutral host infra sharing summit. Dean Bubley is going to kick it off, and then we're going to have Steliana Beleva of Terral Research. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and let's thank the panelists.
Thank you.
For the last panel of the morning, private network architectures and use cases, the roadmap to open and disaggregated, please welcome Keith Dyer, editor at the Mobile Network.
Well, hello everybody. Yes, as the man said, I'm Keith Dyer. I am indeed editor of the Mobile Network. That is a website publication that covers mobile network technology. Thank you to Tip for asking me to moderate this session on private networks. We hope to give you a quick insight into what's currently happening in private networks right before lunch. So, private networks, I was thinking a bit about what I would want to know, and that's really who is deploying, where, why, and how. What's the best way to meet the needs of enterprises, businesses, utilities, industry, large venues like this, even cities, all the entities, all the diverse entities that could benefit from a dedicated or private network. And given that diversity, that might then mean understanding spectrum regimes, dedicated spectrum, licensed, unlicensed, shared. Certainly it will mean getting to grips with what is the deployment model from a customer point of view. How do they want to engage, and who with systems integrators, mobile network operators, network equipment vendors, with cloud providers. And as we have a session titled A Roadmap to Open Disaggregated, perhaps we should try to understand what that means in the context of private networks. So to address all those issues, we've got a great-looking panel, and I'd like to ask the panelists to join us on the stage now, please. Gillian. Brilliant, so let's get started. So let's do the intros, because you do represent different elements or pieces in the ecosystem. So let's, starting with, right next to me, Gillian, tell us who you are and what you represent.
My name is Jillian Kaplan, and I am head of Global Telecom Thought Leadership at Dell Technologies. And we, of course, work with the open ecosystem to build private network solutions. But additionally, Dell's superpower is that we've been in the enterprise space a very long time. So building the edge solutions in order to layer private networks over is also something that we've been focused on.
Caroline.
And I'm Caroline Chan. I'm with Intel, and I'm a vice president at our network and edge group. So by definition, network and edge come together for us, and private network is a way to on-ramp a lot of the edge and smart edge and edge AI. So this is something that's very close and dear to my heart and to our bottom line. Very happy to be here.
And VMware, Lakshmi?
I'm Lakshmi Mandiam. I'm Vice President of Product Management and Partner Ecosystems for VMware's telco business. And VMware actually has our infrastructure deployed in over 150 customers, telco customers around the world. And we're now starting to do our software-defined edge. And a big part of that is not only running some of the AI and edge workloads that both Gillian and Caroline talked about from a telco context and an enterprise context, but also we have a SD-WAN business, and we're creating a private mobility as a service to take advantage of all the infrastructure that we have deployed, specifically on our SD-WAN infrastructure that we have. And so that's the first foray, and it's really targeted for MSPs to deploy this service and target enterprise customers. And of course, our heritage, just like Gillian talked about, is from the enterprise space, and we're really targeting bringing that enterprise user experience married with this private mobility service, because we think that's what is going to really tip the balance in terms of driving adoption of private mobility networks.
Okay, great. And from Vodafone, we have Jaime.
Thank you very much, Keith. My name is Jaime Diet. I'm the global head of mobile private networks and edge computing from an engineering perspective. And well, within Vodafone Business, we are building a portfolio, pulling together all these technologies from mobile private networks, and in a way making it simple for our customers. And we want to be the managed service supplier for them. So yeah, very happy to be here and to share the insights.
Sami, tell us about yourself.
Thank you very much, Keith. Thank you for hosting this panel. My name is Sami Naguib. I run the global business development go-to-market strategy for AWS in the network transformation space. In this space, we really look at both public networks and private networks. In public networks, our aim is to help mobile operators build and operate networks using the cloud. And in the private network, we look at this space much more than network, beyond network. So we are really focused on two aspects in private network. The first one is how we can enable the connectivity, how we can enable the industry to offer connectivity options for private network in a much faster, nimbler, and cost-economic way. And the other aspect is beyond network. We look at private networks as a channel, a mean to get into developing business outcomes. So we work with our partners, our application ecosystem partners, to enable end-to-end industry use cases that leverage private network as one way of providing connectivity.
Great, thank you. So as you can see, we've really got representation from the cloud provider, the mobile operator, software and cloud, into the chips and hardware as well. I want to get into adoption, what you're actually seeing in the market. I had a little look at a couple of numbers, not too many. There's a body called the GSA. They're really a vendor-led organization, and they track what the vendors are doing. And they looked at private network contracts above $100,000, and they reckon there are now about 1,100 of those. And most of those, the majority of those, have gone down in the last couple of years. Nokia, they say they have 1,500 private networks across 600 customers. And I remember it wasn't so long ago, they reckoned they would sell more radios into their enterprise business than they would to the service providers. And if you think about radios, Mobile Experts, I don't know if you guys know Mobile Experts, they said in 2022 there were about 100,000 radios deployed in the private network space. So we're clearly seeing some take-up, but what I get from you is what you're seeing. And Jaime, may I start with you, with the operator viewpoint? How are things going in private networks?
Sure. Well, we started to have a dedicated mobile private networks team 5 years ago. And it's true that the very first years, we saw it was really about understanding how you can benefit from this. I think we love to talk about 5G and their characteristics, but then customers know that they need to understand what is this going to do for my business? Is it going to help me increasing my quality, my performance? Is it going to help me to grow my business? And we saw that that was the first very initial stage. And I think in the product adoption cycle, we still are. 12 months ago, we were still on the crossing the chasm, like trying to the early adopters. But what we see actually over the last 12 months is that the number of RFPs calling for large production networks and large production sites are growing. And we're starting to see the first customers coming with this global mindset. And actually, we have already around 60 global deployments, some of them smaller, some of them larger. So we can definitely see that the market is picking up, and there is a better understanding of what the technology can do. But I still, though, feel that we still have a long way to go, and we're at the very, very beginning of this.
60 global, can you give any sort of breakdown on where those are happening, 4G, 5G, what kind of use cases?
I think we have a combination of both of them, and we have focus obviously in Europe, but also we are going beyond Europe. We have deployments in Uruguay, in Australia, in the US, so we definitely have this global ambition, and we will continue to push that. And type of industries and use cases, I think, is quite varied. We can see definitely the manufacturing, automotive, ports and mines seems to be the ones definitely going for this from testing to actual global production. And in terms of use cases, I think it's quite varied. And we can see that really connectivity sometimes is the use case. In some of these places, connectivity is not good enough. And they want to just deploy that. But we're seeing really that, I think if I have to pick two, video analytics and autonomous guided vehicles seems to be the ones that are really driving the business case for customers to make the decision on the investment.
Okay, and so maybe we'll start with you now, Gillian. For Dell, what does the private network opportunity look like for you?
Yeah, I think that as we look at private networks and the kind of use cases that are prime, I would agree that we're seeing a lot of manufacturing, and especially the video analytics is what's incredibly important. We have a small edge deployment at a local brewery in which we put in, we digitized a lot of their old analog processes and put in AI into their canning line to can their beer. And those kind of use cases are prime for private networks, especially, this is a small brewery, but it could scale to a larger brewery that perhaps has multiple breweries and connect those private networks. It's incredibly important. And also to echo, they have to see the value in, you know, what we're putting in and the edge solution. So, you know, they're seeing, you know, lower operations costs. They're seeing not needing as many people on the canning line. They used to have 4 people to stare at if cans fell down, and now they can be alerted, and they need 25% less people on the canning line. And what's cool about that is that it doesn't mean that someone doesn't have a job. It means they can go brew beer instead of stare at fallen cans, right? Which is not what they were hired to do. They were hired to brew amazing beer. And so as we build out these edge solutions, we really need to look at, you know, private networks coming over the top and ensuring that we have the right solutions to layer those on top of.
But just very briefly, is Dell doing much business in private networks now? I mean, in terms of that adoption and traction?
So we just launched a solution in May, a private wireless solution. So we are still at the beginning stages of it, but I think, I do think the solutions are ready and moving forward, yeah.
Okay, so ready to go, but not actually in that full sales cycle right now.
Yep, just launched, yep.
Okay, and for Intel?
So this year, 2023, private network is now a P&L business for us, which is a big deal. Like you went from incubation now that you actually have to carry a P&L with Salesforce and so on. So if I were just looking at the revenue, I will have to say China is probably ahead because they have done a lot doing the automation and the manufacturing and so on. But to some extent, yeah, the spectrum does become a question. Like if I look at, I live in Dallas, Texas. If I look at United States, we do see CBRS being utilized even for manufacturing a plant, even for automotive manufacturing plant, which is actually pretty amazing. For example, it's quite well known that John Deere actually owns their own CBRS spectrum, but it's not the same everywhere else, and that you don't all have that kind of spectrum. So what we're hoping is that when network slicing, the standalone 5G SA becomes a common, widely deployed, we should see like Vodafone, Verizon, AT&T really go gangbusters on this, and we do anticipate 2024 to be a much better year. So I would say, if I would put the diagnosis, we are at the beginning of the game. The market is still nascent, we are exploring, but the sign is excellent. The words that Lakshmi just talked about, you launching the SASE, what you just talked about, what Jaime talked about, I think we are at the ready to go stage. But I mean, the fact that we're P&L now, we actually have to deliver profit, I think that's all good signs.
Okay, and VMware?
So we've launched our private mobility service, I think it was earlier this year, like in August, September timeframe. We actually have 2 approaches. We have the service, and we're also offering an on-prem kind of version where you can bring your own hardware and deploy. And we're seeing a lot of POC activity going on. But actually, I think what we're also seeing is that we have edge deployments that are starting to happen. And so this convergence between wanting to have the edge processing on-prem and have a service layered on top of that, we're starting to see that in kind of POC format, but no one deploying in anger, as you would say.
Okay. Sami, we think about AWS. When it launched its integrated private wireless service, a lot of publicity. This was a hyperscaler coming into the mobile network space with some of the betrayal of it. You must have thought as a company then that the opportunity was ripe for the solutions that you could provide. How's that actually working out for you, and what's the traction looking like?
Yeah, so at AWS, our objective is really to help people, enterprises, and consumers leverage the cloud benefits. We want enterprise to build on the cloud and we want to increase the cloud adoption in general because we believe that this is one way to increase innovation. So we look at private networks as a key channel for enterprises to get these business objectives. So we, even before integrated private wireless keys, we launched our private 5G service. And this was a few years ago. And our main objective was really to stimulate the market by reducing the barriers for adoption. And when we launched integrated private wireless, our objective was to enable CSPs to have the ability to offer private network offering beyond network, end-to-end business outcomes to their customers in a much faster way. So what we are seeing when you spoke about the market traction here is, I think a few years ago with 5G, and private networks started way before 5G, but 5G was a trigger for a lot of expectations on private network. I think the first couple of years, there was kind of a hype and very high expectations that didn't materialize. But what we are seeing over the last 12 months is the market is maturing, and we are seeing two big signs for this. The first one is we're seeing many enterprises moving from an experimentation where they want to do a proof of concept to an actual GA deployment where they are getting business outcomes. And we're also seeing enterprises focusing on not just the connectivity, but the end-to-end business outcome. And this is where, through our work, either with our partners, mobile operators who deliver the private networks, or with GSIs who deliver private networks in countries where the spectrum has been liberated, we are seeing hospital use cases. We are seeing manufacturing use cases, automotive. So when enterprises start realizing the business outcomes, I think this will accelerate adoption over time.
OK. I think sort of a common picture in terms of that timeline adoption with a few nuances. It strikes me that talking about private networks as a sort of homogeneous entity doesn't really make sense. It's very diverse. We're talking about thousands, millions of companies, right? We're talking about different deployment models to meet those. Jaime, if you're within Vodafone, how do you structure your deployment to the needs of the enterprises, which are going to be different? How do you go about that?
Yeah, well, we have done really, we call everything mobile private networks, but we have three very distinctive models, architectures, but at the end of the day, serve different purposes. So in one side, we have what we call dedicated, where it's appealing to those customers that want to have full control of the infrastructure, dedicated core, dedicated radio, everything on-premise typically. They are security conscious. They want to really have the full control and the performance. That's a very clear type of customer. Then we have what we call hybrid, which is in our position as an operator. We usually have a big public networks deployed. We want to reuse a lot of the elements there where we could share some of the RAN investments that we have done. So that's a model that can appeal to those customers that are a bit more cost conscious, and but they still want to have retain some control of some core elements. And then we have what we call the slicing mode, right? Which is the feature proving, which is looking into really leveraging the full scale of 5G networks and really share and have a global scale for customers that are wanting to have that footprint. And again, I think from a cost perspective, the price points are going to be much lower. So that's how we are approaching it. And I think we typically think about MPN as a single offering, but actually there are like 3 different products with different customer profiles. And hence, I think it's important that we keep the 3 going on.
And do you see the hybrid or the slicing models fitting use cases with much more mobility requirements? You know, maybe not more in a static location, or is that about the size of the enterprise and their own capital they have available?
No, certainly. I think the use case obviously drives. So, for example, on slicing, we are talking to logistical companies. They have a big footprint, and they are typically they have country presence or multi-country presence. We're also talking to customers where, again, they have been able to be on the private network, but then using the SIM card, being able to roam into the public network as it's been in transit, and then again getting into one of the other facilities to be able to connect again to the private network. So those use cases also determine ultimately was the ideal model for the customer.
And Caroline, as a technology enabler, how are you seeing customers, the end customers, engage with deployers of private networks? In other words, who are they going to
So Okay, so that like a lot of times it's spectrum related. We do see a couple of, there are the role of GSI, even the local SI plays a very important role, because when you go to different type of enterprises, let's just say verticals, manufacturing have their own favorite, warehousing has their own favorite SIs. So we do try to go to engage with the enterprise side because we wanted to establish the use cases, understand the TCO model. They do always almost wanted to come in with a SI, because not everybody has because private network is a combination of telco, IT, and OT. Not every company has that large IT department that can handle all of that. So the role of global SI becomes extremely important, as well as some even local vertical focused SI. We see them being a very strong push to get our product, her product into the market, at least at this stage. Maybe as the market matures and then the IT department knows, can carry on that. But right now, we do see all of us needed to work closely with the system integrators.
System integrators, you were talking about one of the motivations for coming in, being able to make it easier for enterprises and service providers on the other side to provide that functionality.
I think this is a very good point, Caroline, because the complexity of building private networks, in our opinion, has been a major reason why private networks in the past didn't pick up with the desired pace. Like if you look at public networks, operators can spend a year or two designing a network to serve millions of subscribers, and that's perfectly fine. But when you talk about private networks for an enterprise, there are usually immediate business needs, and if you cannot meet them quickly and in an economical way, they will move on. And because there are actually various deployment models, like you mentioned, from slicing to hybrid to local, we believe that one way to solve this problem is to simplify the deployment. So our vision here is if we can provide a cloud stack, a cloud platform, where if you deploy in a centralized way, you can use slicing or in a hybrid or at the edge with a unified experience and with enabling tools like AI, machine learning, which is very important for inference at the edge, and with a unified access to an ecosystem of partners, we can make it simpler and faster for enterprises or even for GSI. Because even if you bring a GSI, when a GSI comes with a very big and complex integration task, it is not the same as if the GSI need to do few plug and plays to provide an end-to-end service. So providing this unified stack across the different deployment options, I think it will make the life of GSIs and of mobile operators much simpler to take this faster and cheaper to enterprise.
Yeah. I think from our perspective, we actually are looking at it from an enterprise, our experience of enterprise IT and how they deploy and manage their existing Wi-Fi networks. You have to make it as easy as that for it to reach that tipping point of a broader adoption. And so when you look at how we've approached it is we're looking at a deployment where you're automating the site bring up, you're making it from an MSP perspective multi-tenanted so that they can, you can have multiple roles. You can have the IT practitioner who's trying to deploy this network. You can have the MSP that's trying to provision the network. All of that from a single pane of glass. And so from an operator trying to deploy the service, they can offer this service, but it's also in a familiar kind of user interface, familiar approach that IT practitioners are used to in terms of deploying the network. And also, you talked earlier about slicing. There's also differentiated QoS. So for example, on a factory floor, IoT devices require different QoS than, let's say, a robot. And so trying to be able to incorporate multiple QoS and multiple users, consistent management across these different domains, as you mentioned, I think is going to be what's going to cause a tipping point for broader adoption.
Great. And as we're talking about those points of engagement deployment options, I think we've got the operator and AWS sitting next to each other at the end there. What is the relationship going to be between hyperscalers and operators in this opportunity?
So in my view, it's a collaboration. So at AWS, we are really focused on serving, in this space, in the private network space, we are really focused on partnering with mobile operators to enable them to provide the end-to-end experience to their customer for different reasons. Mobile operators, traditionally, they have been building networks. So they are the best people to build networks. No one will really build networks better than mobile operators. And also, they have the customer relationship. I mean, of course, we do have the customer relationship as well. But in this space, customers trust mobile operators. So this is where we launched the integrated private wireless, for example, last year case, because our objective here is, if we can help operators, like I mentioned, to provide this faster, cheaper, it will make much more sense. So from our view, and I know that usually people think that hyperscalers are here to take the business of operators, but that's not the case. We want to collaborate, and we want to be actually an enabler, an enablement layer, and then operators can go and own the end-to-end relationship with the enterprise and deliver better private networks and better end-to-end business outcomes.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, it's a bit of echoing some of the words. There are going to be areas of collaboration, and perhaps, let's be honest, there may be some areas where we may compete, right? But I think ultimately, the ecosystem is huge. And I think as we go through the adoption phases, you can see that you cannot do everything alone. There are multiple players that need to come together, and we feel that through partnership and through the mission of TIP, right, making everything open, is absolutely fundamental if we want to see this really taking off.
Okay, I want to ask a little bit about edge compute and private wireless. I should say thank you for answering, by the way. I appreciate you taking that on. How should we understand edge and private wireless? Are we seeing private wireless as something that can take advantage of that compute platform, perhaps in a shared basis? Are we seeing, okay, when an enterprise addresses its connectivity needs, it's then looking for putting some AI or ML use cases within its facility, and therefore accessing some element of edge compute that way? Are any of you seeing the way that those two are playing out together?
Maybe I just relate an example that I learned. So I went to Houston, Texas, where the oil and gas industry, they had an advisory board. I was there and speaking with a group of CTOs there. And one of them actually brought up the fact that it's not that they don't have data. They have a lot of data. They're just siloed. This is a major service company, one of the largest is serving the oil and gas industry. They have data. They're siloed. So to them, connectivity is to connect the data together. What they want to do is do analytics, inferencing on the edge. They don't want to think about what they are, North Slope of Alaska, Nigeria, far-flung places, Malaysia. They can't afford to bring everything back to the cloud. They want to do edge analytics there, but they want connectivity so they can actually analyze the data, not siloed. So to us, I first thought of it as a symbiotic. I actually now think about it as a private network makes the edge compute better, or vice versa. Like if you have private network, edge compute really can grow. Without it, edge compute's there. I mean, you sell a lot there. But I think that bringing the connectivity really gonna bring that to another phase, especially when we talk about edge AI and inferencing, video analytics. We're seeing drones flying up there with cameras and getting the video analytics coming back. All of that things, I think these two together really will make this pop.
I would agree. Yeah, they're very interconnected and interdependent, especially, and both require an open ecosystem. So building the private network requires an open ecosystem. Building the edge use cases requires an open ecosystem. Gone are the days of putting in a piece of hardware and walking away. You've got to have all layers of the stack in order for the enterprises to see the outcomes and the benefits to them, which is the most important part of the technology. We've got to be building technology that solves problems and not just saying, well, this is cool, we'll put this in. But if you're actually solving problems for the enterprise, that's going to help the adoption grow in both edge compute and private wireless.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the combination of edge compute, AI, and private connectivity is going to create a virtuous cycle. One of the other big things that I think, and we actually did a release with DT today, where we collaborated with AWS, where we used AWS's backbone. We used VMware's telco platform on an edge site. A RAN site was running the core network, running the RAN network, and there was video surveillance cameras there, and it was a private kind of mobile network that was created. But the point being, we were able to prove that with disaggregated ecosystem, you could still deliver the quality of service, the latency, all of the things that enterprises are fearful of. We were actually able to demonstrate that working together with AWS and DT and us and a couple of other, like an AI application provider, Juch, we were able to actually demonstrate that you actually can bring this ecosystem together to deliver a meaningful solution for this private. Because I think one of the big challenges that operators, and I'm having you here, I'm just saying that, I think they want to monetize the network, and private mobility represents that opportunity to rapidly monetize the network. And I think in our conversations with both operators and enterprises, they're looking for that easy button for them to be able to, really get broader adoption and get out of POC mode to a certain extent.
Well, speaking about that then, we were going to ask you what is needed now then to accelerate this opportunity or to consolidate it. Perhaps you've all sort of indicated we're roughly on the edge of of adoption. Maybe we were a year ago as well, I don't know. But what's needed now to speed things up? Yeah, you want to come in?
Yeah. So I think from my perspective, there are three things that needs to happen. One is really speaking the customer language. I think being this telecommunications industry event, I think we tend to center a lot on our own properties, like the 5G, low latency. All of that is very important, our properties, but ultimately what is going to make the customer business case is to speak their language. If it's a factory, is this increasing their quality? Is it really helping for the safety of their employees? So that's, to me, number one. Number two is really about simplification, and I think it's been mentioned already by my colleagues. I think still deploying networks, private networks is complex, and obviously the more friction we can remove from it, the more simplicity for a customer perspective, the simpler the stack that we can build, the better, to reduce costs, to simplify how it's perceived by the customer. And then the third one, to me, I think is really talking about the use cases, right, and to really explore the wider ecosystem. I think still the number of devices in this is not super high. I think the network is one element. You need the devices, the applications, everything needs to come together, and I think we need to keep developing that.
I would agree with everything Jaime said. I would say, we're not seeing the number of 5G manufacturing-ready devices that we would like to see, right? So making sure that the cameras are 5G ready, that they're moisture resistant, that they can, resist any sort of dust, anything like that is incredibly important when you talk about a video analytics application. Making sure, the only thing I would add is continuing to be open and understanding partnerships is going to be incredibly important. No one can build any of this alone. And I just want to echo what you said about speaking the customer's language, because they don't want speeds and feeds. They want to know what it's going to do for their bottom line. Are you going to increase quality? Are they going to be able to, have less people doing jobs that a machine can do and go do other things to grow the business, decrease their operations costs, whatever they may be. So we need to, as an ecosystem, start talking to the enterprise customers in their language and not our, network language, so that they can understand what we can do for them.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, it's great to see that there is pretty much a consensus on what are the adoption blockers between all of us. So I agree with everything you said. I would add one more thing that we also believe is a big blocker, which is the economics. So we need to remember that enterprises, it's still early days for them to build private networks. So enterprises cannot afford to pay so much upfront or spend so much capex upfront and something they are not sure yet about the business outcome. So I believe that by bringing the cloud economics, the subscription model, the pay-as-you-go model, we can remove the economical barrier and allow enterprises to experiment, but actually move quickly from experiment to production, because they know that at any point of time, if they don't get the desired business outcome, they can pull back. I think this is a very important adoption blocker that we need to remove as an industry.
I just have one last comment. I agree with everything said. The one other thing is we need to attract developers who write for enterprises. We need to attract them to our ecosystem, 5G. So these three companies here actually co-founded 5G Open Innovation Lab, happened to be in Seattle, was really trying to attract developers coming on by providing telemetries from the network. Don't forget that. Like, telemetry is really important because they need observability. They need to be able to take advantage of that, and a common open API to make it people who write it for iOS, Android. We would love for them to write applications on 5G. And that's the reason why these three companies co-founded that. We really want to drive innovation, attract developers.
Yeah.
Great. So just finally, as we're at a TIP event, and they were talking about the road to disaggregated, do any of you see a role for the sort of thing that TIP does in private networks? I know there was a private networks group. I don't know how I'm going to say successful, but that's the wrong word, active that's been, you know. But do any of you see the role for what TIP does in here?
I would say the ecosystem. I mean, I think if you look at what TIP has done in terms of enabling, for example, for the RIC ecosystem, the vibrancy of developers that we're seeing, and to just layer on top of what Caroline said, I think attracting more developers that are thinking of these innovative use cases onto some of these existing platforms, and really offering, just like they're doing PlugFest for you know, the RIC ecosystem, maybe extending that to where now for private mobile networks or for these enterprise applications that, you know, you could take advantage. And indeed, many people see the RIC getting extended into private mobility, so maybe there is an opportunity there to drive that extension such that you could take advantage of some of these applications that are being developed.
I was going to say too, sorry, go ahead. I think we need to start doing, right? Like, it's the whole chicken or egg. Do we wait for the devices? Do we, you know, and that's kind of a lesson out of the TIP book as well. Like, they've started all these different groups. They're doing POCs. They're moving things forward. And I think similar to the rest of the open network, we need to start doing that in private wireless and private networks as well. Just start building.
Yeah. So speaking as the board member of TIP, so it is very much our mission to drive openness and drive segregation. And, you know, our models together we built, we wanted to bring ecosystem together, including a diverse developers coming in and to enrich, because private network, you know, public network has a uniqueness that we do have. We know who the suppliers are. Private network is different. We gotta attract a lot diverse. You talk about devices, you talk about SIs, application developers. I think TIP will serve a very central and critical role and bring that diverse ecosystem together.
If you're going to say something, say it quickly.
I was going to mention 100%. I think if we want to simplify, if we want to increase the ecosystem, make it open, make it easy to access, not a very niche, super highly degreed engineer to access it, and let's see what the world can create with it.
Brilliant. I would like to thank all the panel for your time and a great discussion. I'd like to thank TIP again. I'd especially like to thank you, the audience. If you've been here since 9:45, then congratulations. You've made it through to lunch. Go and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Remember that tomorrow morning we start the third and final day of Fyuz here at 9:45 a.m. with new and exciting panels. But this afternoon after lunch, you can continue with breakout sessions from 2:30. Please check the location and time in the Fyuz app. Of course, thank you to all our sponsors and exhibitors, and please don't forget to visit them at our community garden on the 3rd floor. And just before you head there for lunch, a reminder that this evening you're all invited to join us for networking drinks and nibbles at the Dell Technologies Open Hour right here on the ground floor food court. See you there from 6 o'clock.